Well, it depends on what I want you to do.
But I don't know.
Buy dinner? You gonna buy dinner? Yeah. Barb Hansel, yeah, ice cream. Barb Hanselman always used to bring pie. Barb Hanselman. Okay. Welcome. Sorry, we're a little behind here. We'll get started. As always, board members, we all have businesses. I understand that. We'll do our best. We can do everything. Contractors in the back of the room, please be very respectful when people are presenting and we're discussing to keep the noise level to a minimal, if you could, please. Other than that, we need to go through roll call. Magdalene.
Here.
Jason. Here. Jack. Here. Julie.
Here.
Alicia.
Yep.
Roberta.
Here.
Eric. Present. Judy.
Here.
Dean. Here. Awesome.
You are
Great.
the president.
We're all here.
Well, that's all.
Welcome. Hopefully everybody's having a good year. We got together in June, had our budget or our goals meeting, had some good talks, good discussion. And look forward to a new process next year, end of this year, into next year. Presentation this fall. We did some, I don't know, has it been publicized of what our budget is for 2027?
Yeah, we could talk about it in the board meeting.
Huh?
In June.
In June. So we, our budget is increased for next year to 17,350 for contractors, right? 17,500?
We did 17
We did
total.
17.
17 total, I'm sorry, 16,850.
16,850 for.
Appreciate your effort, so. I tried. We'll get there someday. Yeah. We're making more money. Chris kept us in line, so. So approval of minutes, please.
Move for the approval of the minutes from the last meeting. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. So Milk for Health is up first. Look at that. That means.
Larry,
I
while
know.
you guys are getting ready, just a quick note,
Yes.
with regards to contract amendments, and we talked about this during our last meeting, how the coming from Empire State Development over to the department. So that process is ongoing. It is moving along. I'm happy to report. At this point in time, very shortly here, the Office of the Comptroller, also known as OSC, will be reviewing that contract for approval. Until such time that that contract is approved, the department is not able to submit any contract amendments. So I do know we have a number of contract amendments currently before the board. And I'll reiterate this tomorrow as well for those that aren't in the room today. But once we get that approval from OSC, we will be able to submit any contract or budget amendments to OSC for their review and approval. So just know, until that takes place, any work that is incurred as part of that contract amendment will be at risk. That's all.
Questions from contractors? Can we do that right now?
Sure.
If they have any questions on some of this stuff that we talked about? Sounds like everybody's been in communication with Elizabeth and everybody else, which is great. Because that's what she's there for.
Well, do we have to say though that the board is okay with the amendments today and then that for once the contracts are done, is that correct?
Yep, so what we'll look for is board approval on any changes to budgets, scopes of work, and then what we'll do is we will hold those until such time that we have that OSC approval, and then we will submit to OSC for review.
Okay. Tanya and team, go for it.
You want us up front or do you want? Okay.
Yep. So 30 minutes, right?
Yep.
30 minutes. Give you 10-minute warning?
I was gonna put my timer on.
That's great. Like, kind of forget usually, so.
Yeah,
So we
'cause
can,
we'll
okay.
need time for discussion,
Yeah.
I think, so.
So give us 6-8 minutes for questions and
Okay.
stuff.
So I'm setting my timer for 20, no, that
Perfect.
you have to be close. How does that?
I'll set mine for 20.
You were
Perfect.
using the
I didn't
calculator.
get there yet. You know,
You know, I, not nice. Okay, we're ready?
Go ahead.
So first of all, I would like to say thank you for having us here. Thank you for supporting Milk for Health. I want to start out because this is the beginning of the mid-year presentation by saying, from the Milk for Health standpoint and also for the dairy farmer standpoint, I think you realize our Milk for Health team is unique because the board and the staff all have dairy farm backgrounds. We are really excited about what's happening with Checkoff. Larry, write that down. We're really excited about what's happening with Checkoff because what we've seen through the partnerships that we've been building over this last 3/4 of a year, this team, is that there is so much collaboration among the recipients of Checkoff dollars. And that's something that we as dairy farmers should be excited about to see, as Sharice well said, the layering is a message. So I want to start with some positivity and say that. So in terms of Milk for Health, 2026 has been a year of meaningful outreach, highlighting the importance of dairy nutrition, dairy farmer image, rebuilding and building new partnerships, rebranding, updating our programs and our messages, along with embracing new opportunity. And none of this could happen without an amazing team. So first of all, our dynamic farmer-led board of directors couldn't be here because half of them are at their county fairs this week. So we are rooting on their families. But Kendra Lamb is our president, Dudley Chafee is our vice president, Heather Whitten, Jeremy Brady, Carolyn Almeter, and John Boer are all engaged dynamic board directors, and we're lucky to work beside them. This complements the team and the energy that we have from me, the boring executive director, who's always looking at the budget, to Melinda, who is really becoming the face with our outreach programs, with her energy, enthusiasm, really connecting with consumers where they're at with our programs, as well as Katie really revitalizing our almost non-existent social media and in telling the farmer story. And we're so fortunate to have them along with our contractors, Amelia, Maggie, and Alyssa assisting with programs. So really excited to have a team that works so well together and has farmer image and consumer confidence at the forefront of everything they do. So very proud of that. Some of the things that we're going to highlight today are, we really brought our contractors closer to our team by sharing the goals and sharing and having frequent meetings so that they could help us lead, to have cohesiveness across our internal layering and messaging and campaigns, offering new connections through engagement and expanded opportunities to promote the goodness of dairy while highlighting on-farm practices. And we're going to talk more about this. Katie will talk more about this. As you know, one of our flagship programs is our Buffalo City, Buffalo Community Schools. This continues to be a great partnership. We've expanded this programming this year. Last year, when we started in September, we were at about 43% of our goal. Today, we're at 104% of our goal. And that comes because of delivery of consistent, good messaging and programs. There's just sometimes not enough of us to go around. In a particular week with our small team, we were in 8 schools in one day. So this continues to be just an amazing opportunity to connect with consumers where they're at. Talk more about that. We're going to talk a little bit about the new opportunity that presented itself this year with Alcott Park, which really pulled together our 50th year of our Dairy Magic Show. So having some more connection with consumers there. Katie will talk about that. We've continued to build on the engagement opportunities with our Move the Milk display at Explore and More on Canal Side. And Katie's going to highlight the excellent work that she's been doing with social media, which is really only about 3% of our budget. So I hope you get as excited as we are about the work that's being done there. And then, of course, last but not least, the Bandits partnership. We continue to expand upon that Bandits partnership with both the Bandits and Amplified that allow us an opportunity to highlight milk and dairy both in the stadium, in the arena, as well as on television, streaming through talk shows, and then social media engagement. So in your packet, you have where we're at with the cat, and we'll talk more about that with our goals. So first of all, I just want to talk a little bit about streaming, where we're at with streaming. So again, for Milk for Health, this is a multi-layer approach. We're doing streaming audio, streaming TV, and we're on about 30 different networks. So one of the things that we did with a reduced budget this year is kind of held up on the start of some of the streaming, but we're still in really good shape. So our streaming TV, we're at about 323,613 impressions with a 98% completion rate. So one of the things that we're excited about, we had hoped to have additional funds to build new materials this year, which didn't happen with the reduced funding. So we just kind of updated some of the older materials to make them, to enhance them to go on some of the platforms. And they're still getting excellent viewership and completion rates. So we're excited about that and really happy about the partnerships that we have with both Buffalo Advertising and Amplified, which is part of the Buffalo News. You can see here that year to date, our campaign impressions through streaming is about 2,170,900. That translates to about 24 cents per impression. So we're really getting a good value. And I might add that, again, we're only partway through. We haven't even started our Dig In series. The first series was just filmed and will air in August. So that's some of the other work that we're going to talk about. But the Bandit sponsorship, the Bandit partnership is what we call. You can see here, you know, whether you're watching on TV or whether you're in the arena, you see Milk for Health everywhere you look, from on the board to on the racer boards. And this language, Milk for Health, Milk for Life, Milk for Champions, continues throughout the game. About 128,800 in attendance. And last year, you guys asked us the question, is there dairy served in the arena? Which we didn't have the answer to, but we do now. I think I said that. Where is that slide? We'll get there. We'll get there. We have that answer now. So additionally, the streaming audio. So we changed this message up quarterly. So because of the efforts on whole milk, we featured this last quarter messaging about whole milk. And again, you can see here about 250,543 impressions with a 95.66% completion rate. And you can just see some of the channels that we're on. So again, we're meeting consumers where they're at. So while they're working out, while they're going for the run, while they're on their way to pick kids up, drop kids off at school, go to the gym, they're getting messaging about whole milk, about real protein, real milk, real benefits. Streaming video, just another example. So talking about the importance of milk, cheese, yogurt, highlighting how milk gets from the farm to the grocery store, which of course correlates with our work with the Move the Milk display and Explore More. Again, about 225,443 impressions with a 97.56% completion rate. Here we go, Bandit. So as you might recall, one of the things we had to do because of the situation we were left with last fall was extend the Amplified contract from 12 months to 15 months. So we had some new things that we did there. And moving from their channels, from the Buffalo News channels, we got in the Bandit channels about 160,556 impressions with that. And so we had to celebrate Women in Dairy. We had a Women's Day with some of our women dairy leaders that volunteered for Milk for Health at the Bandits game. We made ice cream sundaes, so I'm giving away what is at the arena. And then also they helped us with the ribbon cutting and of the Explore More, Move the Milk display. Okay, here we go. This is the line to get Perry's ice cream during the Bandits game. That's why.
Yes, right.
So the answer is yes, they have dairy at the stadium. And you can see here, Milk for Health is when we have our activation night, we're on the scoreboard in the stadium or in the arena. I obviously signed up ready for Bill in the arena, and you can see us here on the board. You can see us on racer boards. And so our messaging is throughout the arena, and you can also see that on TV. The other thing with Connor Farrell, the center, being the milkman, every time he has a really good face-off, which is about 99% of the time, the arena screams, "We need more milk." So it's really fun to be a dairy farmer and be in the arena and to just see milk and hear milk and have that be part of what they're doing and part of their messaging. We also have, Milk for Health is a proud sponsor of the Josh and Dane Show, which are two of the lead bandit players. And so you see our logo on a lot of additional things other than just at the games and outside of their social media and their streaming. One of the partnerships that we've had is with Courting Place Communications. And so Sharice Wells has been trying to help us advertise more of what we're doing so that people come to us. So this is an example of Katie had the opportunity to do an interview with Channel 4 on the front side of our ribbon cutting of the Move the Milk display that was aired on several different stations with about an audience of 100,908 people to really advertise, here's our display and this is what we're doing. So we're really appreciative of Sharice doing that, and she's helped us with Alcott Park, which Katie's going to talk about, and some of the other things. So I'm going to talk really fast. Buffalo City Schools, again, during 2006, the request for programming has been increasing. We've been working with the school navigators, which is the folks that coordinate the Saturday academies, and community members to highlight dairy. One of the great things for those of you who are new to the board is these Saturday academies that we are doing with dairy education. The students have to come with parents or guardians. So we're not just interacting with students, we're interacting with the adults whom are part of their household. And that's where the real conversations happen. And that's where we really move the needle. There's been a lot more opportunity and a lot more conversation about highlighting lactose-free options within dairy, as well as dietary options. Another opportunity that we've had this year to really tie into mental health and the importance of nutrition and mental health. So we've done some programs. The schools have asked us, both administration and navigators, to come and talk about the importance of nutrition and mental health. So that's been an additional opportunity to really highlight dairy. We've attended more of the year-end events and special programs. And really, there's just a desire to have things that are hands-on versus just things, right? We don't have budget for tchotchke. So what we're doing is having those one-on-one impressions. And again, we're already at 104% of our goal. So I hit the ground running when I started with Milk for Health, and I went right into Saturday Academies. This is just a quick overview of what we've done. Pretty much weekly, it's any one of these things that are up on the screen. We go hands-on, make it for the children and their families. And it gives us a great opportunity to highlight the dairy industry, what a great job they're doing to take care of their animals, as well as sharing how good and important it is to get dairy into their diet. School events was a big thing when I started. We prioritized getting programming into every county that Milk for Health represents the dairy farmers in, and I can happily tell you that has been achieved, which I was super excited about. We have programming in Allegheny, Cattaraugus, Chautauqua, Erie, Genesee, Niagara, and Wyoming counties, so we're pretty excited about that. My first main school event was Read Across America Week. I made it so I could fit into the teachers' curriculums of what they were already doing. So I went into the school and I read them a book about dairy farming, talked to them about dairy products, shared real hot chocolate made with real milk, topped with real whipped cream. The kids were very excited about it. Many of them had never had the opportunity to try real whipped cream, which I thought was very eye-opening for me. So they couldn't wait to share that with their families when they got home. Continuing on with the reading of March, I did a March Madness reading bracket at a school down in the southern tier, and we read another dairy story, and we made leprechaun milkshakes for the kids. And again, I was shocked how many kids had never had the opportunity to try a milkshake. So they were very excited about it, asked for the recipe, can I make these at home? So I told them how to make it with either a blender or by hand. So they were super excited to share that with their families as well. April, we went into environmental stewardship month, sharing with how farmers take care of their land, not only their animals, but their land and why it's important. So we made the kids the dirt cup yogurt parfaits, still bringing in the dairy ingredients, but also sharing what the farmers do outside of just milking their cows. And then we made dairy trail mix. This was a fun hands-on activity for the kids. We talk about the importance of including dairy in their diet, start the trail mix out with some good base dairy snacks. We used yogurt-covered fruit snacks. We used Cheez-Its, goldfish crackers, stuff like that. And then we brought the cereals in, and we tied the cereals into what cows are eating. And so it's fun that we eat the same things that cows eat. We related to how that works and how cows recycle and all that stuff. The kids thought that was a pretty cool experience experience too. Fruit yogurt parfaits. This was one of my very interesting days. I went to Allegheny County to Fillmore School, and I was shocked at the number of kids that had never tried yogurt. So they're like, I don't want to try it. I don't think I'm going to like it. And I said, well, something with Milk for Health is you can try it. And if you don't like it, you can just simply throw it in the garbage and not eat it. I said, but of all the kids that ate it, about 98% of the kids loved the yogurt and couldn't wait to ask their parents to purchase it. So I thought that was pretty fun. We also did a couple of refuel with chocolate milk events, and we did this at the school field days and shared with the kids how you could use chocolate milk as a refuel option instead of using Gatorade. And there were a lot of people, both the children and adults, were surprised that you could refuel with chocolate milk instead of Gatorade after a sporting event or a hot day outside. So that was very well received as well. And this one, I can't help but love these children on the slide with the smoothies. This was actually a Buffalo City school, and they couldn't wait to post for the pictures. They love their mustaches they got from the smoothies, and we're super excited. The parents happened to be at this event because it was a family fun day at the school. And so we had a lot of great interactions on sharing with the families how important it is to include dairy in their diet and how easy and affordable it is too, because a lot of people thought dairy was too expensive, they couldn't afford it. So we share with them a little 2-pound tub of yogurt is only $2.30 at the store. You can buy frozen fruit, mix it in. So all those fun things to teach them how they can do this at home. So all the schools were very excited to have us be part of their days, and we're excited for us to introduce different dairy products to the students while we were there. And they also appreciated the children as well as themselves learn the connection to where their food actually comes from. We had a lot of events we also participated in. We had some great collaborations with some of the schools for their ag days. We did a couple collaborations with NIAC with the mobile dairy experience. And then we did some kinder farming things with Genesee County. And then we went to Idlewild Dairy as part of their school days where they invited 8 different schools over a 2-week period. And we got to share with both the children and adults the importance of consuming dairy and what real dairy is versus what they thought some of the dairy products in the store that are labeled milk are really not real dairy. So it's been a great experience. And exploring more. As you know, this has been an amazing partnership for Milk for Health. So this year we had the ribbon cutting for the Move the Milk display. On June 6th, we had a dairy day. We had about 400 folks in attendance. We really layered the message from having a calf on canal side, Katie outside in the blow up cow costume, which brought people in from the street wondering what that was. And then inside we made, every hour we made different parfaits. So from fruit parfaits to the environmental parfaits, and talked about environmental stewardship. We did a fun activity where they had a family overnight and we were there to serve breakfast and talk about the importance of smoothies and yogurt. Again, we modified the traditional dirt cup to use yogurt so that we can talk about, taking snacks and altering them for healthy snacks. We had the parfait cups. So one of the things that we did differently this year was we met with the Explore More team and said, we want to choose a theme each month and we want to at least have one program. And that's not something Milk for Health has done before. And they were very excited to have the calendar year look ahead and see where we can partner. So for example, the May Patriotic Parfait Day, they had over 1,000 participants that day. And those are families. So we are connecting with families, and then Amelia, our summer intern, Amelia Brewer, also participated in birthday parfaits, which was a special sensory day. And then looking ahead, we'll be partnering with NIAC for Columbus Day weekend with a mobile dairy experience. This is just some pictures of our fun day.
House on Canal Side is in partnership with Explore More along the Buffalo waterfront. We were budgeted for 3 events this year, and when we had the opportunity to add a 4th for our dairy day, we brought a Jersey calf that time to highlight that Jersey calf that is in the exhibit, and that's something different. We've had 2 events so far. We did our second one on June 19th with the Explore More summer camp, and there was also a FIFA watch party happening downtown along the water. We had great interaction. This allows for really memorable experiences and great conversations about farm practices and dairy nutrition. Milk for Health is proud to celebrate 50 years of the Robin Carroll Allen Magic Show. They have entertained generations for a long time, and they do a wonderful job of comedy, magic, and layering in the nutrition message. Through the first half of the year, they've completed 36 school performances and 14 Old Top Beach Carousel Park performances.
This year, with it being their 50th anniversary, we had the opportunity to be invited to have our first ever Dairy Day at Wolcott Beach Carousel Park. The park is open from Memorial Day through Labor Day. It's very affordable, and it's a great venue to reach young families, their parents, grandparents. We had over 700 guests for our first time being there. Wolcott Park advertised us really well. We did their dairy trivia. We had our photo booth station, handed out cheese sticks, and Dudley brought a tap to share. So it was very well received. Social media. This is an area that has been recognized as a need for improvement by both the Milk for Health Board of Directors and the DPO board in the past. In February, I joined the team as a staff member. And we began working with Corning Place Communications to develop a strategy. We are very proud to say we have had over 1,237,705 organic impressions. Nothing boosted, nothing paid for, just organic, posting consistently. We've had 22,000 interactions on Facebook and Instagram, new followers, great increase in our views, and as you can see, a 98% increase in our interactions on our social media. We have focused on a monthly content theme. So as Melinda mentioned in her school program, our team has really brought that monthly theme to our programming, to our social media to connect everything. This is a shared post for the month of May. We shared about planting seeds of knowledge, and planting around the farm. So this was a post about timing of everything during planting season.
3 minutes left. Question.
Keep going.
Yeah.
We also have focused on layered messaging. So this was an example of a post we did about getting green at Center Farms. We tied it into St. Patrick's Day, tied it into environmental stewardship, tied it into dairy nutrition, and we shared the face of a farmer. And this was greatly received with great engagement. We have focused on expanding our audience, really strategically focusing on tagging partners, tagging organizations, schools that we're working with, schools that we're partnering with, to reach new organic followers. And so we had the opportunity with the New York State FFA convention. We distributed the upstate intense milk, and we were really able to meet with a lot of FFA students and get a lot of interaction from that. And then we did a coloring contest where we were trying to feature a modern dairy coloring sheet. We reached out to schools, 4-H and FFA programs, and then we also showcased our award winners enjoying a Bandits game. That is what they won tickets to the game. Programming and partnership promotion. We have highlighted on our social media, our educational program, what we're doing. It's very important to us to share with our dairy farmers how we're spending the dairy checkoff dollars and what we're up to, so that people recognize Milk for Health when we're out and about. We have worked with NIAC and the Mobile Dairy Experience. We showcased the stuffed cows and the ear tags that we did for the Cow for Now program to show people what we are doing. And are exploring more new exhibit and what the programs that we're doing and exploring more. And then farmer storytelling. This is proven to be the best strategy for us, sharing the story of dairy in Western New York. People really want to connect to other people. They really want to see the face of the farmer, and they want to see the stories. We have worked really hard. We've featured our Women in Dairy videos highlighting the International Year of the Women Farmer. Posts with our Women in Dairy series have received great reviews and great interactions. This post alone had 22,000 views. And then we have showcased our board of director farmers over a series of 6 weeks. And that campaign has reels have received anywhere from 10 to 30,000 views each one. And that is really bringing us new people. The little graph just shows the John Boer reel, and it was a large percentage of people that were brought to see that were not followers already to our page.
Okay, we're gonna wrap up.
All right. And then collaborations, where we're proud to work with Dairy for Good, NIAC, Women in Dairy, New York Dairy. We all have a different message. we all have a different way of storytelling, and it's really important to us to work together to share the story of Gary. And then we've had some website updates. Our Cal for Now program is pretty self-explanatory. We've continued that program for a few years now. And then cooking classes, we have had some cooking classes, but the majority of our programming will take place this summer with YMCA summer camps and in the fall for the school year.
And I didn't share a really special thank you to NIAC, to Eileen and Riley for letting us use the kiosk voting machine. So we let consumers name the new exhibit, the new cow, the Jersey cow is the exhibit, and it's Buffalo Moo. Buffalo Moo. So what questions do you have for us?
Questions?
It's great, you're, the mobile experience, you know, to maximize that and what, so when you're in Elkins, so what do you guys do when you go down there? What do you set up something besides the mobile experience, or how do you sit down and participate?
So with our renewed funding, we've had a lot of generous partnerships that have allowed us in-kind time. So we help, we're part of the display, meaning we go down and we help answer questions. So
Well, I think that's.
So we've had interactions. So Melinda was at Roy Hart, Jeremy Barati, our board director, brought the calf and was the farmer there for the day at Roy Hart for that interactive. Ellicott Bill, that actually was something that came to us, with which we reached out to NIAC and said, hey, would you do this? And so Riley and the team did that, and you guys and Melinda.
Yep, they had a school-wide ag day, kindergarten through 12th grade that day, and they invited us to be part of it. And then we worked with NIAC to get them to come as well. It was very well received. I believe there was like 700 visitors that day alone with the experience that day. So we did the education as part of the mobile dairy experience. We were there. We handed out cheese sticks to the kids and just kind of collaborated with them on that event.
So we organized donation of cheese sticks, so we had a dairy snack. And then Matt Whiskey, which is one of our Saturday Academy programs, we worked with Riley and Eileen on that, and we had almost 700 participants at that event, family.
Just looking at the cat, so you weren't able to break any of the compensation out? Why is
We
that?
did. I was showing Elizabeth. So the compensation that she has, it's in the larger cat. So we are breaking it out by the month, Julie. So every month you can look at every category. And
Can
see
you
the-
move that so that it's easy for us to look at?
Yeah,
when
so we
do
just
this?
discussed that. I forgot you guys didn't get all of that. It's on the cat. So we can transition that over.
Yeah, so the administration is, what's included in administration?
So administration is mostly like, so we have staff meetings or we are organizing events. So that's really where we put administrative costs. As the executive director, I'm doing as much programming as everybody else. So when we're doing programming, we allocate those funds there. When we're doing what's more administrative, which is starting up new programs like All Cop Park, that wasn't something we had funding for. So the administration side of setting that up would go there. Insurance costs, some of those other things, board meetings. Our board doesn't take any, after what happened last year, our board cannot take any stipends. So our board takes no stipends, no reimbursements. So it's straight cost for setting up programming, Julie.
Yep, so I think that would be very good because that's what we are asking everybody to put the compensation on the cat so that we see the difference between the programs. And
Yeah, I need to pull that up. It's on the cat and we could go by month by month if you want to do that. It's not on that one. It's on the larger cat.
And then the influencer for 60,000, that's not on the goal tracking in your presentation. Why is that? What makes up the influencer for 60,000?
So the influencer is all the Bandit partnership.
Okay.
So so everything that's Bandit, we pull out. Remember when we submitted our application last year, none of us were here. And so one of the things that we have found is we would realign things moving forward in our application, and you'll see that.
Okay, that's good.
But the Bandit is a standalone. So for example, Julie, Katie talked about social organic. We do not include anything that is Bandit social there. It's separate. So on the cat, I think the number was 990,000 and change for impressions made so far, combined Bandits. So that would be It's not TV. So that would be state arena. That would be their social. So their social platform. So we track it separately.
Okay. And then, I think when you were talking about social media, you said it was organic and not paid, but
Correct.
you've used $14,000 of the 15. So what is being used on
So
that?
that's staff time. And so
That's what I think is important for us to understand.
Yeah, so
Okay.
our cost per impression, Julie, is about 1.25 cents per impression.
That's
So-
all good. It's just, it was contradictory to what I heard in the program to see the cost there.
So what
that's
she meant by organic is we're not boosting anything. That's what she meant by that. We're not paying to boost, but we are paying a team member to create.
Yes, but that is, yep, just good clarification. for
Yeah.
us.
No, it's a good question. And I think when you see the larger cat, you'll see.
So is that going to be enough, I guess, is what you're asking to move 5,000 to that for the rest of the
That's
year?
all we have.
Okay,
It has to be enough. And so everything we do is with purpose, Julie. So what we have done is taken a look at what we have left in the budget and allocated essentially up until the week before Christmas, 10 hours of time. So if the board approves that move, we'll allocate 10 hours of time to social media. Will that be enough? It'll be what we can do.
good. You guys have certainly gotten a lot accomplished so far this year, so.
Anything else?
I just want to say two quick comments. I've been on the board for 6 years now, 7 years, and I appreciate seeing that it's not a one-woman show, that there's more people here. I think that's great to see your team, so kudos. Also, sorry, quick comment. I know we're on the
You're good.
timeline.
No, you're good.
You guys did a story, a commentary, whatever you want to call it, in the Upstate Niagara newsletter, which we're a member of as a cooperative. And you said thank you to the dairy farmers to dairy checkoff. And I really felt that was, for me personally, that was great because sometimes as us on the board, we catch some poo from where checkoff dollars go. So I thought it was great that you described what your organization is doing and said thank you for checkoff dollars, and this is where your funding goes. Thank you for that.
We are really excited where we're at. And when you take a look at, Julie, this comes back to budget. And I know this is really important. You and Alicia highlighted this, and I apologize for not putting that on the overall, that it's in the monthly cap. But one of the things that we've had to do to be able to do what we've done is be extremely efficient, which is what you have to do every day on your farm. So one of the ways we've been able to do so much is, I'm looking at Katie. So when we go and we meet with Amplified to work on, our plan, we're also meeting with Explore More and doing a program. And then we're going over a meeting with Buffalo Advertising, and then we're going to do a school program. You asked me at the last meeting, is what we're doing sustainable? And I answered that. What we've done this year is also not extremely sustainable, because the one thing we haven't really captured is we're all very part-time, and I can promise you that each and every one of us gets at least a day a week.
Mhm.
And we do it because we take our Milk for Health hat on and we put our farmer hat on, and it's important to us, and we're having fun and we're making a difference, and that's why we do it. But that's something that we need to capture better next year, is that in-kind time. And I know every organization has that, but we have that every day. It's not a mistake that there's no compensation filled out or no overhead, or we have no benefit. We are a straight hourly wage salary. That's all we can afford, and we've all accepted that.
Very good. Okay, thank you very much.
And I want one more thank you. Elizabeth has been a godsend. When I call and say I screwed up, how do I fix it? So I just want to give a huge shout out to Elizabeth on her skill set and everything she does for us.
Thanks, Tanya.
Do we have to approve this?
I don't know, do we have to
No.
approve that now?
Or is that-
No?
So that, I already texted Elizabeth. We'll do that at board discussion tomorrow,
Okay.
probably. We'll do them all at once.
That's
Is
good,
that okay with everybody?
sounds good.
Amazing. Okay. Hi, everyone. I think I met everyone. Kaylee.
Brian and I and our small team with Creators United has been breathing every ounce of energy into this project since we got the news that we are greenlight on it. So we're super enthusiastic about the energy and expertise to bring to it, and the numbers will speak for themselves on what we've been able to accomplish so far. Just a quick summary of what our goals were, obviously to change and shift perception of your goal geography of what you want to reach using both media, geo-targeted media, storytelling through influencer-led. Really what I want to drive home here is Creators United and She Likes Milk every day very closely with the largest food and beverage companies in the world from a social media strategy standpoint, an influencer strategy standpoint. So we allow them, those big companies, to use their dollars to research test what works with beverage marketing, what works with influencer marketing. And we follow and mirror their tactics with this strategy. And I'm so excited, just myself as an individual, to see New York Milk adopt those strategies and put our best foot forward from a marketing standpoint that's very new, modernized, and clearly works. Because on the production side of things on Dairy Farm, everything we do is research-led. It is time that the end product milk also adapt to research-led marketing.
So on this slide, I have our metrics to the year, and we're halfway through the year. We've already exceeded our full year 2026 targets. The content we've produced has received 8.7 million views year to date versus our target of 7 million for the year. It's received over 400,000 engagements year to date versus our target of 125,000, and we're achieving an engagement rate of 4.6% on this content. And we're doing it all at a CPM, which is the most commonly used measure of cost efficiency, at well below industry benchmarks. So the She Likes Milk platform has always served as a voice for New York State dairy farmers since its inception, but this year we've pushed to grow the brand further as the leading digital advocate for New York State dairy, and we've utilized She Likes Milk as an outlet to encourage our audience to use more New York State dairy products in their cooking, their baking, and their everyday lives. Through this New York State dairy sense, the She Likes Milk channels have gained over 175,000 new followers in 2026. Our audience is now over 675,000, is now continuously exposed to dairy-forward recipes and dairy-centric content because they now follow the platform. Put some further numbers behind that, and I believe this next number is actually even more important than followers. Over 97,000 people have requested or saved recipes, She Likes Milk, dairy-focused recipes, so that they can try making it at home. This means that She Likes Milk channels are filling literally thousands of homes every single day with dairy-forward recipes. And people aren't just making these recipes. They're coming back again and again as we become their go-to place and their go-to platform when they're cooking and baking and looking for ideas of what to make at home. The impact of this on driving people to purchase more dairy products is huge and is only going to scale further as we continue to grow. On this slide and the next one, that includes a few examples of the tens of thousands of comments we've received on dairy-forward recipes. Go back one. Yeah, right here we have this woman made the recipe 4 times. She's now coming back to make it 5th. And the next example, we have a culinary teacher who has started teaching She Likes Milk recipes to her group classes. And this, I think this is really just a great example of how these dairy-centric recipes are reaching not just our 675,000 people, but also the other people who then make them and share them with their own networks. But here,
So an update on our Dairy Power New York campaign, which was pitched what we were going to execute. Guys, I'm so excited for you all to see this because this is so sophisticated. This isn't just video footage of dairy cows in the field or someone drinking a box of milk. This is really strategically brought together to really show the entire engine behind New York State as a whole. And our goal was to really capture and build excitement around New York culture, kind of like how everyone became a Knicks fan this year when they won and really want to claim, relevance to the state. There's something in this campaign that not just us as farmers, we love to see, like I know we all love the Dodge commercial about thanking a farmer, but if you aren't relating to that, which the nuclei of our population in New York State of the cities below us, they can't. So we really crafted a really strategic project that marries the two beautifully and really builds recognition and excitement for New York State as a whole. And guess what? If you're a New Yorker,
you also love dairy, whether you realize it, and we're reaching the Pilates instructor of Manhattan, we're reaching the Wall Street New Yorker, building that side, and the content has already been rolled out, and just the pre-teasing content about this project coming to life through the She Likes Milk social channels has reached well over 100,000 people just before the campaign was released. And I want to highlight that this is the power of influencer marketing, because it's not just an eyeball for 2 seconds on a video of cows in New York. This is engaged individuals that are really, really excited about what's to come and how can I be a part of this? How can I buy into this? I want to be involved in this. And that's the power of influencer marketing.
So beyond the She Likes Milk channels, we've also partnered with a wider variety of trusted creators and created this content to show their large audience how New York State dairy products can fit their everyday lives. And then before I cover like the specifics of who we worked with here, I want to emphasize something that I think gives our team a leg up. My team has built very strong relationships with many of these content creators over the years. I'm working with them as their talent manager. So we're able to secure collaborations with creators and produce content at rates that are well below what they would normally charge, just through our relationship. Through this group of creators, our goal here is to hit a wider range of audiences with many different niches. So we'll also fall, of course, within the DPO's primary target audience. So on the slide, we have Dr. Jenna Hunter, who is a dietitian and nutrition-focused content creator with over 1 million followers, who showed how to use New York State dairy to make her favorite sweet treat, which is made with Greek yogurt. We also have Mishka, who is a New York City-based cooking creator with over 840,000 followers, who showed how yogurt can make the best marinade. But here we have 2 additional content creators we worked with, Estella and Debbie, who showed their audiences how New York State dairy products fit not only into their lives, but also into their kids' lives and into their kids' nutrition. Next, we have Elizabeth and Mariana, who are in the fitness and lifestyle niche, and they're creating content showing how New York State dairy fits into their everyday goals and their everyday life. Just to summarize, casting a wide net here, working with a wide variety of people who have a wide variety of audiences, we still kind of fit that target audience of we're kind of hit younger, more Gen Z kind of people. And then all of the content that we produce is She Likes Milk and the other creators can be made shoppable, meaning there's a direct path to purchase featured dairy products for anyone who views this content. So for each recipe and each piece of content that we have, we can create a unique landing page where viewers can shop the recipe and check out at their local grocery store. This ensures the shortest possible path from content engagement to dairy purchase.
And just looking ahead for the rest of the year, like Brian mentioned, we've far surpassed our goals for this year. And our largest campaign hasn't been rolled out yet through paid media. So we'll continue to scale this with geo-targeting, paid advertising. And as Brian mentioned, we kind of cast a wide net as far as which influencers we're working with through content and selecting the top performing content that was organic and only using paid allocations to boost that content that was best performing so that we're judicial and efficient with the funds that we have. And like I said, or like Brian mentioned, we're really just using the influencer channel that already has an established following. We're able to reach so many people organically, which is kind of unique that we spent $0 to reach the over 1 million people through the She Likes Milk brand channel that's already in our voice. So we got really far with what we were able to do with our funding.
Good. Thank you, guys.
So, Dean, ask your question. Well, because I know I'm thinking I know what you're gonna ask.
Third voice.
Well, he usually asks.
Just the quantifying the
Yeah.
viable question,
Yes.
and how does that translate into more sales?
Yes.
There's the question. So the question we always have with social media is how do you quantify the unquantifiable?
Yep.
And how do you translate that into sales?
Sure. Yeah, I can take that one. So getting the exact number, right? That's not feasible. We're not going to. But based on our engagement metrics, our views, we would give a conservative estimate of about $200,000 in incremental dairy sales driven this year. And to walk you through how we think about that, our content generated 8.7 million views, 112,000 saves, 38,000 shares, and 21,000 comments. The views here is not really the most important thing, right? Because when you're viewing short form content in social media, it's passive. So we're looking at what I would call recipe making events. This is saving the recipe or requesting it so that it's automatically DM'd to you, so that you can save it and make it at home. So we have about 130,000 recipe make events. And this includes people who are saving the recipe and DMing and looking it up online. So to be conservative, we're assuming that about 70% of people are not even making it, which leads us to about, call it 45,000 people who did. And then to purchase the dairy necessary for these recipes, it's anywhere from $3 to $5 about. So long story short, doing the math there, that comes out to about $200,000 in dairy purchases, which we feel is actually quite conservative given the haircuts that we provided, and also because so many people are actually making these recipes many more than one time.
He was ready for that question.
Pretty good answer.
Quantify the unquantifiable.
Unique. I mean, for all of us, really as contractors, it's a commodity that we're marketing. I find it very intriguing, complex, but exciting we're finding unique ways to wrap our arms around it, like the recipe save feature, or something that She Likes Milk brand does is comment for recipe. So people are digitally being sent the recipe. I mean, I can see something online like, yeah, that looks good, but if I'm actively seeking this out, I'm adding it to my virtual cookbook within my home. I make it once, I like it, I'm going to continue to make it. We really think we're infiltrating homes with these dairy-focused recipes. That's a hard feat just to get your product into someone's house, and it's a really sneaky, great way to do it through social media.
It's very insightful to actually have that feedback where they say, I made this 4 times.
Yeah.
So,
Jason.
So having your influence in marketing, your influencers, you're picking up someone who already have a follow, which is great, and I think it's being an not but it's super valuable. So like Jenna Ann and Michigan, the first ones you featured on your slide. Do you have to obviously it's better if they love the product and they want to do it on their own. Do you have to pay them to do that, or do you approach and then they take it and build their content with it, or it's something you have to pay them?
Yeah. So creators do this full time. It's their source of income. So we do pay for their time in the content, but it's not like we're having to force them to make these dairy forward recipes, right? A lot of them are already doing this in their content. We're just creating content that makes that more centric to the video, so it has more of an impact on people. And then Mishka, for example, he's someone that I've known him for years. I've worked with him for years. We were able to produce a video with him for under $2,000 when his typical rate is about $5,000 to $7,000. So we're using our relationships and our previous connections to produce amazing content, but also at rates that we're ensuring we're efficient with our dollars.
And I understand it's like, well, if they're already doing it, can't we just let them doing it? Or let them keep doing it for no cost? This will also allow us to own that data of we paid for this. This is actually assured purchases. And also other brands do it in the food and beverage space. We also need to be doing it. Just to leave it up to, we hope that they keep doing it. I'm sure Almond Breeze would love to hear that we hope that they keep doing it. We need to ensure that it's proactive and not reactive.
So we also now, I would say, partially own this content. So if it performs extremely well organically on these creators' pages, we can then put paid dollars behind it to get it onto a wider, different audience.
So that's all really good. I think we learned a lot when we hear these conversations all the time. I mean, just not my wheelhouse, but I always learn something. So are those costs that you use partnerships with, does that go in your actual costs, or is that in compensation?
That would be in
Question.
Content production would go under advertising.
Under what?
Advertising.
Okay, so that's the actual cost? I'm looking at your cat, so that's what I have to look at.
So that covers the under 2,000 example, that covers the cost of production, but also us paying for the spot.
Right.
On the creators' channel, so that can go out to all of their audience.
I understand that, but is it in your actual costs or is it in the compensation
That is
column?
the cost of production that we're paying to other content
Yes,
creators, that would be under advertising. What we're doing with the She Likes Milk channel,
it's advertising under actual costs. I only have it at,
It's listed as advertising here, right?
yes, but the column, yeah, I'm trying to, there's actual cost and compensation. That's all I was trying to understand.
happy to break that out further for you.
It just, yeah, it's just a question to understand, you know, where that's going. And then the other costs for advertising are, I'm assuming some of your costs for producing the,
Exactly.
Dairy Powers New York,
Yep.
right? When is that gonna get rolled out? I have seen some teasers, but when will we see?
Within at least August. I just sent over my edits, this week, so. looks
Great.
But we had some more edits to do for it.
And then you're still working on the other one, or have you been doing that too?
Yeah, I think, strategizing how we can be doing it correctly with the reduced budget that we had originally planned for. So, we're executing this, as best we can with, we allocated full budget for the Dairy Powers New York. We're still fleshing out how we may be able to scale the other campaign at a lower budget and do it correctly and not just have to do it just to do it. So.
Okay. And the compensation, I'm assuming is both of yours
That's correct.
compensation, is
Yeah.
that right?
Okay,
Okay,
exactly.
good. I think that's all I had.
Other questions? When these influencers are, you know, making these videos and are highlighting the use of dairy products, is it just the use of a dairy product, or do they specify a New York dairy product?
We ask them to use New York dairy products, of course, but we prefer them to not actually show the brand. Like it would be kind of unfair for us to be paying for like Chobani, for example, right? So if they're using Greek yogurt, for example, we ask that they put it in a separate container so that we're not like playing favorites towards any one brand.
The generic stating New York.
Yeah, yeah,
They are
Okay,
including that New York.
great.
When they put dairy in their cart at the end of the process.
Yep.
Is that just picked based on what's close to them in their local because dairy you can't ship to
Yeah.
California?
That's exactly right. We only target brands, like on that landing page, we're only putting brands on there that are produced primarily by New York State farmers.
But the key is it has to be close. to New
Exactly.
York,
Exactly right.
But it doesn't matter particularly which brand, we shouldn't be.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very insightful.
Thank you.
Welcome to your first mid-year review.
Yeah.
Ah, who's next?
Ready to move on?
Yeah. How are you, Nicole?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic, thank you.
I've been busy, I didn't have any time to team up,
No new plans?
some products for you
Well,
guys.
thank you.
Today, unfortunately, I have to get my act together and, do better next time. I'm gonna take.
I'm okay without those.
So I can set a timer for myself, so what do I have, 45?
Give us a
Oh,
few
sure,
minutes to
sure,
ask
sure.
questions,
Okay.
please. Like,
40.
you can give yourself
Your calculator.
38.
Calculator, okay, got it. All right, sounds good. Good to see you all. So just as a broad level overview and a reminder and a very high level overview for the new board members, under the Milk Quality Improvement Program, we have our Dairy Product Quality and Safety Program, which is our core program that's ongoing. And then we bring proposals for supplemental projects. We currently have 5 funded supplemental projects, and I'll go through these sort of in that order. I'm not going to review everything under DPQSD, or we'll have to be here for a couple of days.
Yeah.
But I do have a couple of highlights, and so some key highlights for our mid-year outcomes. We've published 12 peer review articles so far this year and 7 industry articles. This is something I've really been focusing on, is getting more industry articles, both focused more toward the production level as well as the processing level. We've submitted 5 requests for additional funding to leverage the investment that you all make in our program. And we have received over $240,000 in additional funding awarded for this year so far. We've conducted 14 industry workshops and trainings to date. which has brought in over $200,000 in fee-based income. That's both for our workshops as well as for our food processing and development laboratory, our pilot plants, which is actually booked out through October right now. Where we have a new director in the role for that facility, and she's bringing in a lot of business for that facility. We've had 5 deployments of the rapid response team, reached over 300 people with our training, and we currently have 28 fluid milk processors enrolled in our voluntary shelf life program. Okay, a couple of quick updates on key objectives. So objective 2, if you'll remember, is our microbial quality and safety benchmarking for our New York State dairy products. This year, we're focused on gas producing microbiota in milk coming into cheese manufacturing facilities. So we've been working on, and here's a beautiful real life example of a cheese defect in a Parmesan product that we received from a processor. But our goal here is to understand what are these microorganisms that are causing defects in cheese making, what's their prevalence and level in raw milk coming into the facility. Most facilities are not tracking any of these types of organisms, and so we are developing some baseline data. So this is our to-date data, and let me just walk you through a little bit. So we have our 10 plants, so that's each of these letters here on the bottom. We have the microbial level, and this is in log scale, so just to orient you, a 3 is 1,000. So we're testing total bacteria count just as a metric that makes sense to everybody for evaluating overall quality of this unpasteurized milk. And then we're looking at a couple of different less well-known but often causative agents of gas blowing in milk, which are facultatively heterofermentative lactic acid bacteria, and I won't say it too many times, but that's SH here, SHLAB, which is in the orange, and then Tropiani bacteria, which is actually used for producing ice in Swiss cheese, right? But if you have it in your milk coming in and you make a cheddar out of it or some other kind, you can actually get gas blowing, right? And so it can cause defects in those. So we're tracking these different types of bacteria. And I just want to, broadly say, really good quality milk coming into these plants. The average total bacteria count is just 1,000, which is great because it's already gone through the distribution system, right? So we're not at the bulk tank level, we're at the plant level, so that's fantastic. But what we see is that there's a huge variability in how many of these gas-producing bacteria we're actually finding. So while the SBC tends to be pretty similar, so that's the green bars here, some plants have very low gas-producing bacteria coming in, like plant F. And in some plants, like these 2 plants, almost all of the bacteria in these products coming in are potentially causing gas defects in their cheese. So this is really interesting to us, and I think this one here is actually really almost all of the bacteria are these 2 different gas-producing bacteria. So this is, for us, a good opportunity to help educate these facilities on what are these organisms and what defects can they cause in that product. But we can't necessarily use SPC as an indicator, right? We can't say, oh, it's high-quality milk, therefore we're going to have lower levels of these bacteria. But this is preliminary. This is just the first 6 months, so we have a ways to go with it. I also wanted to give you an update on one of our more time-consuming rapid response projects that we're working on right now, which is the Clostridium botulinum outbreak in infant formula. So some of you may have seen that there was a second outbreak, a second recall that happened just in June. So I mentioned to you the last time we were here that we had started a consortium of industry leaders to address this problem. We have continued with that consortium. So I started with 21 companies in that consortium. We're up to over 30 companies in that consortium. And we have a list of action items that came out of that initial meeting. We're also meeting every 2 months to continue with updates as well as to promote these sort of individual action items and where we're at with those. You'll also, so that was the second June 2026 outbreak of Clostridium botulinum related to infant formula. Just a few days ago, so July 13th, I was actually in Washington, D.C., talking to the FDA about Clostridium botulinum in infant formula, and they released this letter to infant formula manufacturers. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but what I do want to highlight is that out of all of the resources of FDA, out of the 4 things that they recommend to industry right now, 2 of them are what's coming out of the consortium that I'm running as a rapid response to this Clostridium botulinum outbreak. So one of them you'll notice is they highlight their engagement with external researchers who are working on spore-forming bacteria. That's us. And then the second one is the engagement with the Pathogenic Spore Consortium. So this is the FDA trying to, I'll just say, maybe take a little credit for what we've done to respond to these issues. So this is really, really important for the overall industry. This is an ongoing emerging issue still. We don't really have good root cause analysis from FDA or the partners in this outbreak, but it's something that we're staying really close to because of our expertise in this area. Okay, those are the only 2 brief updates for DPQSP. Ask me any questions you want on anything else, but I'm going to move on to supplemental projects because we have 3 projects that are in year 2, so they are going to be ending at the end of this year. So I want to make sure that I have a little time to update you on where we're at. So the first one is our supplemental project on primary microbial contamination sources in ice cream. As you'll recall, ice cream has had a number of high-profile outbreaks of Listeria monocytogenes. We are approaching this in a little bit of a different direction. Instead of looking directly for Listeria, what we're actually doing is looking for indicator organisms in the environment, in the ingredients, and in the product itself, because that's what the industry actually uses to test for. They test for indicator organisms, and they can help us understand where are microbial contaminants coming from in the processing environment. So these were our original objectives. Our work to date has been on objective 1 and objective 2. We're just rounding out sampling on this project. And so once we finish our sampling, we'll be able to do our final data analysis, and then we'll update those workshops and we'll get those guidance materials out. I'm also sitting on a ice cream food safety task force, a national ice cream food safety task force. And so I'm able to put some of this information right into folks' hands, manufacturers, regulatory agencies, in order to get this out faster as well. So a few highlights, and again, there's a lot of colors here, but let me walk you through, and some of them are quite fluorescent actually, now that I'm seeing them on the big screen. Let me walk you through what these plots show, and then I'll give you some of the trends that we're seeing now. This isn't final data analysis. We're not going to do that until we've finished all of the sampling, but I can show you some of the trends that we're seeing, and I think they're meaningful at this point because we're nearly complete with sampling. So this top panel here is the samples with any kind of growth across any of the tests that we did. On the bottom here, you'll see these are finished products with inclusions. And inclusions are things like chocolate chips, walnuts, a fudge swirl, right? Anything you add to the product. These are not pasteurized, right? So they go into the product after the heat kill. And so they're obviously a big risk for introducing microorganisms into the product. But we tested for, so finished products without inclusions, the inclusions themselves, the ice cream mix, and the environmental samples that we took throughout the processing environments. And then we tested for a number of different key indicator organisms that are relevant in these products. So standard plate count, again, that's just the total bacteria count that gives us an overall estimation of the quality of the product and whether it complies with our regulatory requirements. Gram-negative count, coliform count, yeast and mold, and lactic acid bacteria. And some of you will remember that yeast and mold was really important because we did a survey study of ice cream products and what types of microbial contaminants were most prevalent. And yeast and mold is actually by far the most prevalent contaminant that we found in ice cream in this national study that we did. And so that one was really interesting to us. So now you've kind of been oriented to this plot. Basically what we're seeing is, not unexpectedly, that samples that contain anything that was added after the heat treatment have higher levels of microbial contamination. We also see that it varies by the type of microbial contamination. So we see a lot of gram negatives. This is like Pseudomonas, right? In those products, and that it's likely originating from those inclusions. You'll also see here that the environment doesn't have the same distribution of different types of microorganisms. So here we see that there's a lot of yeast and mold in the environment, but hardly any coliforms. And part of that is just because we test for coliforms. We know when they're there and we can get rid of them. The industry is not doing nearly as many tests for yeast and mold in their environment, but that's obviously a key consideration for us, knowing that products that have contamination are likely to have yeast and mold contamination. And then we also looked at the products with just detectable growth by sample type and the microbial test. And again, what we're seeing here is the numbers. So these ones are proportion of samples positive. These ones are the actual numbers. And broadly, there's, lots of different types of microbial contaminants, but again, those gram negatives, which are probably coming from the inclusions, and the yeast and mold are relevant for all of the different products and all of the different types of environments. We also looked at sort of some preliminary, does the environment seem to affect the product in the types of microbial contaminants that are there? At this point, it doesn't look like it. So we have here a selection of our processors, the smallest to the largest. You'll notice a couple of things. One is that our largest processor had very little microbial contamination in the environment. They're obviously using some different procedures to keep that microbial load down. Our smaller ones tended to have more, but even our second largest had actually the most. So there's still a lot of opportunity even for our larger processors to improve sanitation procedures. But when we look at their inclusion samples, we're not necessarily seeing, and here is the without inclusion, we're not necessarily seeing the same patterns in the environmental samples as we are in the product samples, which I think we'll have to dig into a little bit more with our final analysis. But the trend doesn't look like right now that a lot of the contamination is coming from the environment. Again, I go back to sort of those inclusions being a big culprit probably in a lot of the contamination. I did talk a little bit about so this last one was the ordered from smallest to largest, average counts in the environmental samples, and then these were the inclusion samples. So again, we're looking at those inclusions as a key component. I'm not going to go through all of this just because I'm cognizant of how much time, but we do see some patterns across the size of facilities, and these are the different, the smallest and largest plants. I do think that there's probably something to be said about the size of the plant. And when we first proposed this project, we talked about having a diversity of sized facilities because a lot of the outbreaks are found more in those smaller facilities who don't have as many resources. I think that the data from this and the guidance documents that we put out from this study are going to be really important for those smaller facilities in particular to learn from as far as how to monitor for different groups of microorganisms in their facilities as well as in their incoming ingredients. So our next steps for this one, we have a little bit more sampling to do. One of our facilities didn't open until earlier this year, so they're on an accelerated sampling schedule. develop those guidance documents. We have an ice cream workshop that'll be out in early 2027 that we give every year. And so all of this information will then be translated into that workshop so we can get it right out to industry. We'll also do a office hours. So we have a virtual office hours that we run every other month that's focused on dairy, where industry can come and ask questions and we give a topical update. And we will roll this out through that virtual office hours as well to get this information out to industry. Supplemental project 2, you'll recall, is the characterization of spores in cocoa powder to improve product quality, but also reduce employee risk, because if you'll remember from the proposal, there's thermoactinomyces found regularly in cocoa powder, and that's a human pathogen. And so we're looking at developing methods for spores, those particular spores, to identify and detect them in cocoa powder. A bulk of the work, though, has been done on the first part of that, which is improving dairy product quality. So we're at the phase where we're doing these product trials at different temperatures. So we have a lab scale pasteurizer, and this is just a schematic of how it works. Essentially, it's very simplistic to run, but we have a lot of control over how much heat is applied to the product. So, which is very different than doing, trials in a real dairy plant, because control over these parameters is a lot harder to achieve. So essentially, there's a stainless steel coil that's submerged into a water bath. That water bath is circulating, so we get good temperature control. We monitor with temperature probes throughout that stainless steel coil, and we're able to do a continuous flow pasteurization in the lab in a very controlled way. We chose 4 different heat treatments to test for the chocolate milk that we made from different powders. And the reason we chose these is because it really represents sort of the range of different temperatures that are used in industry. We had originally just planned on doing these 3, but then we learned of a plant that was pasteurizing at almost 90 degrees Celsius, which is really, really high. And we wanted to get a perspective on a higher temperature as well. So we ran these we made the chocolate milk, compared the chocolate milk to unflavored milk. So the raw milk that was pasteurized at all of these temperatures, but was not, did not have the cocoa formulation. And then we did shelf life analysis on this. Some of that data is still coming in, but this is essentially the apparatus that we're using. It looks a little Frankenstein, but it actually works really, really well. And what's funny is that this thing has come in so handy for many different studies at this point. Allows us to do a lot of research in a very controlled way. So I'm going to tell you a sad story, but first I'm going to tell you a happy story. And the happy story is that if you look at these bars, so these are 4 plots for the 4 different heat treatments, so 75 degrees Celsius, 80 degrees, 85 degrees, and 87.8 degrees Celsius. Those are the range of temperature, pasteurization temperatures we use. And then the 2 bar colors are unflavored is orange, and the chocolate is brown, of course. And so at each of the different temperatures, what we saw in the unflavored product, so this is just raw milk we pasteurized and we held for shelf life, it behaved exactly like we expected it to, okay? So at the lower pasteurization temperatures, we saw virtually no growth over the 21 days of shelf life. That is exactly what we expected. We've done research on this before. Once the temperature increases, we start to see that the bacterial growth accelerates, and that's true at 80 degrees and 85 degrees. And then it kind of is a little lower at 87. So this is at the point where we start to inactivate some of those spores that grow at lower temperatures, okay? So that's beautiful, really nice. Unfortunately, what we saw in the chocolate product is that it didn't matter what temperature we pasteurized at, we had very rapid outgrowth of the spore formers in the pasteurized product. So it didn't follow the same pattern. It didn't follow the pattern that we expected it to follow. And then, we haven't finished analyzing this data yet, but this would suggest that recommendations about pasteurization temperature to improve chocolate milk shelf life and quality are probably not going to work, right? So this shifts our attention a little bit more back to those methods that we developed in the beginning to look for cyclotolerant spore formers. So the spores that when they grow at low temperatures. So the temperatures that we see for refrigerated dairy products. I a little disappointed because the industry at this point is pretty familiar with lowering pasteurization temperatures to improve quality. That's research this board funded in the early 2000s for white milk, right? And they're really receptive to that at this point. I don't think that's going to be the answer for chocolate milk, unfortunately. So we'll finish our product testing and really narrow in on those cocoa powder specifications. So this is going to be looking more at if you're going to make a chocolate milk, an HTSC chocolate milk, or an ice cream mix, or any of those products that contain cocoa powder. What should you be looking for in your microbial specifications for that cocoa powder, as opposed to what processing parameters might you use to improve quality, right? We have a whole set of about 60 thermal actinomyces going out for whole genome sequencing. They've already been sent out to finalize the third objective, which is developing a method for detecting that organism in cocoa powder supplies also. Okay, project 3. I'm doing okay on time. Probably was talking a little too fast because usually I'm like, trucking to try to get through everything. But so supplemental project 3 is the last one that's in year 2. This is suitability of New York dairy powder for reconstitution and distribution of warm flies. I'm laughing because I'll get to that part, but my poor graduate student who's been on this study has been doing a lot of cleaning, unfortunately. Anyway, so objective 1 was to do the first initial characterization of our collection of spore-forming bacteria to identify which ones produce gas and which ones don't. That has been completed for a while. And we've been working mostly on this objective 2, which is challenge studies with both fluid milk that utilizes powders, dairy powders, either whey powder or milk powder or others, or cheese. So that's where most of our work has been. I think I showed you this last time. So these are the different types of spore formers that we found that produced gas in our laboratory tests. I'll highlight a couple of them. Bacillus licheniformis, which is the most prevalent spore former that's found in dairy powders and in bulk tank milk. So that one represents about a quarter of the different spore formers that produce gas from our database. Pennibacillus thermophilus, which is a little less common, but in the overall proportion of isolates that produced gas showed up pretty prevalently. And then I'll also highlight Caldi-Bacillus thermoamylivorians, only represented 5% of the overall gas producers, but this is one of the most heat-resistant spore formers that's found in dairy products. So it can survive UHT temperatures, which is really important for us because some of these beverages, right, are manufactured using UHT. So while it represented a lower proportion, I think it's still exceedingly important that we're understanding the capability of these organisms to produce gas because of their heat resistance and their ability to survive these processing hurdles that we often apply to the products we're interested in here. So you'll recall we did this, sort of initial screening in laboratory medium where we, inoculated into this media the individual isolates, and then we measured gas production just through the displacement of a wax plug. This is Bacillus licheniformis, and this is Caldi-Bacillus thermoamylivorians. I'm going to show you the individual results next, but you can see that there's a big difference in, the amount of gas by different isolates. This is Clostridium tarbutyricum. That is, in cheese making, one of the most prevalent types of organisms that produces gas is a spore former called Clostridium tyrobutyricum. It produces a lot of gas. And so that's our positive control for those experiments. And you can see that the wax plug is way up here in the cap. So I'm going to walk you through a series of plots. Let me orient you to the plot first, and then I will just make some notes about each different one. So we tested gas production at different temperatures because this is relevant to different types of products, right? So some cheeses are aged at lower temperatures, some are aged at higher temperatures. So if we're utilizing any kind of dairy powders or even, you know, just cheese milk in these cheeses, we want to know how they behave at different aging temperatures. But then we also tested some higher temperatures to really represent what might these products be exposed to in some of these distribution channels where the ambient temperatures are much more elevated. So we're talking about the Middle East, we're talking about Central America and South America. And so we looked at these over a range of different temperatures. And so this plot is gas produced. So remember, we're looking at just displacement of the wax plug, and then some of the different microorganisms that we selected. From that larger set of isolates, we selected a subset to do all of these different experiments with. So here's 13 degrees Celsius. This is like a cool, you know, ambient temperature that is relevant for cheese aging. And you can see a lot of these actually don't produce gas at this temperature, which is good, with the exception of a few Pennibacillus thermophilus, some of those called Bacillus thermoamyloboreans, and some of our Bacillus licheniformis. But overall, not a lot of gas production happening at that cooler temperature. When we get up to 21 degrees Celsius, which is what we would consider ambient temperature, we get some more gas production in some of these different organisms. And then at our higher temperature, so, you know, 37 degrees Celsius is just under, you know, body temperature. 35 is a little bit lower. We start to see a lot of gas production by some of these groups of organisms. So especially that Pennibacillus thermophilus and some of our Bacillus are really starting to produce gas here, same at 37 degrees. Once we get up to 45 degrees Celsius, a lot of them don't grow very well at those temperatures. And so we see less gas production from many of them. But again, Pennibacillus thermophilus is really a standout here, where it grew over all different temperatures and produced gas at all different temperatures. So that one is one that we're keeping our eye on as well, just from the perspective of relevance to these manufacturers who might be making products. And then the very fun part was where we started utilizing actual products. So all of that screening happened in a laboratory medium, and that's not always reflective of what can happen in real world products. So we started testing ready to drink beverages, inoculating these strains into the ready to drink beverages, and then incubating them to test for gas production. And so you can see that our control here still looks very similar to you know, how we purchased it, no flaps raising. But then as we see more gas production, you can see the bulging at the bottom. The flaps are kind of expanding because the gas is accumulating. And then eventually they explode from all of the gas production. This actually happened in a very short period of time, within 24 to 48 hours, with these organisms in there. And we did inoculate it at fairly high concentrations because we wanted to make sure that we could see what would happen. We're actually going back and doing another round of testing with much lower concentrations to see where that gas production occurs. But the inside of the incubator was covered in milk. It was very terrible, very stinky, and the poor graduate student who was working on this, in fact, I think I had a picture of her. Yeah, Fabiola. She had to spend a long day cleaning the inside of the incubator from all of the chocolate milk that exploded. So our next steps on this one, finalizing gas production in cheese. We're a little delayed on that one. We have been back ordered on some of the wax that we need to do that one. We're supposed to get it in September. We're kind of rearranging our schedule a little bit, but that one still needs to be done. And then same thing, developing some of these guidance documents, updating our workshop material, and conducting virtual office hours to get the project result out to industry as fast as we can. The last two projects are supplemental projects. They're both in the first of 2 years. The first was really a follow-up to the project that ended last year on water, microbial contaminants in water systems. We're going back to the farm with this project and really looking at how, now that we have an understanding of baseline microbial contamination, how is that actually affecting the milk quality on farms? And so not a ton of progress on this one beyond we've recruited farms. We did some statistics to begin with. We originally were going to use more farms, but in order to really be confident in the connection between the water and the milk itself, we found out we were going to have to do a lot more sampling than we had originally planned. And so instead we're focusing just on 2 farms and doing a ton more sampling than we had originally proposed. So we have that set. We were supposed to start this week with sampling. That got delayed again. We're waiting on the filters that go into our water equipment that got back ordered. So, but that one is ready to start as soon as we have those in. And then the last one, the last supplemental project, which again is year 1 of 2 years, is really focusing in on listeria and environments in New York dairy processing facilities to assess both presence and persistence of listeria in these environments. And then using that to identify factors that are important for facilities that are not performing well on controlling listeria contamination in their facilities. And then using all of that information to then do some translational work to develop and distribute some facility-specific training videos and develop some online tools for these facilities to use for improving their programs. And so I don't know if you guys have seen this, but there's currently a fairly large outbreak of listeria linked to soft cheese from a Maryland processor that has resulted in 10 hospitalizations and 1 death across 4 states. So I think just highlighting the importance of doing this type of work with these facilities. So right now, the student who's working on this has recruited some, but not all of the plants, and has started doing the initial sampling in these plants with the scheme of the smallest facilities getting fewer samples and the larger facilities getting more to really cover the entire facility in order to understand where the contamination is in those facilities. All right, I think I'm doing so well on that. Never happened. I could spend 5 minutes. You did? Okay, well, that's why I'm a little. So just to highlight a few things, I think the first 6 months of this year have really hit home that our program is making a big impact in the area of trust. So we continue to play this pivotal role of being a support and a resource for the New York State dairy industry, especially in these cases when there are these urgent emerging issues that come up where nobody has any idea what's going on, right? Nobody knows how to solve it, but we're right there and we're being proactive to address these issues. Serving the industry, particularly in the sort of role of subject matter experts. That's why the FDA is bringing us in. That's why the different task force are bringing us in, because of the wealth of knowledge that has been built over decades of this board funding the milk quality improvement program and allowing us to really learn and become experts in these areas, generating the knowledge that fills gaps in a really practical way, right? We're not necessarily always bringing you, maybe I think it's really groundbreaking, exciting stuff, but being able to recommend best practices to a processor, I'm not getting published in Nature, right, for doing that. but that's what the industry really needs. They need that practical gap filling knowledge, and that's what we're generating with a lot of this research to provide that guidance and improve dairy product quality and food. And then leveraging our robust extension programming, where we've, for the last few years, have been training over 1,100 people per year. So these are people who are quality managers in plants. They're people who are, actually doing this processing in the plants. They're regulators. They're all across the industry, and being able to translate what we learned through the applied research that you all fund into advancing this programming, I think is a really unique position to be in. This doesn't happen anywhere else in the country, right? So we're really able to get this knowledge out to the people who need it in a really fast and practical way through our extension programming. So thank you so much. A few pictures from recently in the lab. Happy to take any questions you have. I have plenty of time now, so. I know, I should get a star.
Question.
I do have a question on the inclusion stuff.
Yep.
Do they?
On the what, Dean? I'm sorry.
On the inclusions
Okay.
in the ice cream? Do they test those specifically ahead of time before they use them?
Yeah, but again, and this is true of so many different things. They're testing for specific metrics, right? Specific parameters, but those may not necessarily tell that whole story. So if you get a total bacteria count on those inclusions, it doesn't tell you what the specific organisms are that are in that overall number, right? And so I think one of the outcomes of this is going to be here, continue doing the current tests, right? Add these specific metrics in to understand how is that impacting the overall, right? So I think it's less about they're not doing any testing. It's about, are they doing the right testing on that ingredient?
I just can't understand any food company really that wouldn't test to the fullest, especially in this day and age.
I mean, testing's expensive.
I know,
yeah,
but
yeah.
so is getting sued.
Yeah, right. For sure. No, for sure. I agree with you.
Other questions?
Nicole, at the end of the presentation, you had additional requests for funding for $240,000. Where are those you requesting it from? Where's
Yeah. So, well, we're requesting from everybody, right? Like, so some of those are USDA, some of those are state programs, some of those are pass-throughs from federal. So Northeast Dairy Business Innovation Center is one of the grants that we were awarded. So that's USDA money, but it's awarded to Vermont Department of Agriculture to distribute them to other organizations. So
That's good that you got that.
industry funding, what was that?
You got that then?
Yeah.
Or you, good.
Yeah. Some industry funding, and actually that's something that I'll talk about a little later when I talk about the Dairy Center. So it's coming from a variety of different sources, but we are putting a lot of applications in right now. Federal dollars have not been flowing in the same way that they had previously, so we're looking.
Right, so that'll continue.
Absolutely.
In the 2 years.
Yeah.
So raising fees, I mean, the bridge that you're gonna have to, right?
Yes.
Says that to all the education you're gonna have.
Yeah, that's.
If you can't secure more.
Yeah, I mean, we're a premier program, right? Like, I think we'll continue to get funding because of the work that we've been doing, and we're at that cutting edge of a lot of the things that are important, right? But we have to be more creative about how we fund our program. One of the things that I'll talk about in the Dairy Center is really focusing more on industry dollars to the processing industry and using some of the leverage we have because of our expertise to bring in more industry money as well. I think we just have to, we can't sit in the, well, this is the way we've done it forever and ever, and we're gonna just keep doing that. That's obviously not gonna be successful moving forward. And so I think we have to have a outside of the box view on things. So, yeah, no, but valid point.
Eric, Magdalene, and Jack, do you understand what Nicole does as far as the MQuip and some, because there's different research, they do different research programs than others, just to kind of make sure you guys are up to speed and don't ask me to repeat it. Why not? We'll catch up. Okay. No, I mean, I feel it's important that Nicole's work is slightly different than what the others do.
That's right.
And just so you guys kind of, and the MQuip program, as she said in the beginning, has been funded by DPO for ever.
1973.
Yeah. So, and it's grown. It's a very valuable part of New York State. So I just wanted to make sure everybody's, is that fair?
No.
Okay.
I do have one question.
Yes.
Nicole. How is your trainings going for processing, getting students interested in processing? Have you continued to do that?
Or
Or,
like the workforce stuff that we're doing.
yeah,
We are continuing to do it. We did lose some funding on that front, so we are not doing as many as we had been. We are continuing to, I've got 2 grant proposals out right now for additional funding to continue that programming. We are continuing, and it's just a little bit scaled back from what it had been a year or so ago.
Okay.
So, but, you know, I continue to do, like I just had Katie connected me with, sorry, I'm gonna forget his name is.
David from Department of.
Right. So Department of Labor, it probably wasn't important what his name was, but Department of Labor. And I just had a group of teachers come through and we talked about career opportunities, right? So we're still doing a lot of those things. We're doing fewer boot camps. We're doing some micro boot camps, but our core workforce person is on a maternity leave right now.
Okay.
So it's a little slow anyway, but just because she's not there. But yeah, it's still a really important component of what we're doing. Same thing with that. We're kind of looking at ways to, you know, how do we get the most bang for our time?
and you were doing it with BOCES programs too, so.
we started it
they're
with
out,
BOCES
kind
and
of.
then, yep, and then we expanded it to general job seekers and then to high schools. I'd really like to expand it to be more across that entire, like, secondary schools, community colleges, like really trying to pull people in a broader pipeline. But yeah, it's still a really important piece of what we're doing, a little more scaled back than what it had been.
I think it's important, definitely.
I just want to give a shout out to Nicole. She did a presentation for a meeting that some of us were at, that she did a nice job saying that, you know, that a lot of her funding for this in particular is through dairy farmer funding. So I thought there were a lot of dairy farmers in the room. It's connecting the dots for people, same thing that you're saying. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I think that is an audience that we're not.
I don't
currently
think people had any
reaching.
idea what was going on. So a lot of them anyways. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, and you know, again, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that at the Dairy Center update, but just really focusing in on how do we message to dairy producers, because the work, I see these as wins for all of you, right? Like,
Yeah.
this has been your investment in our program to keep. I started off in the program as a 20-year-old, right? Like not 20 anymore.
35?
Really
Sure.
close to that.
Yeah.
But the expertise I've gained because of the research that I've done, because of the investment that you all have made in our program, puts me in a different class of researcher, right? And now to have all of these companies and regulatory agencies coming to me and to my team for answers, that's because of this funding. That's because of all of you. You don't get that without this continuous investment.
Well, it all works together, right? Because a really bad outbreak of something terrible could damage any promotion that's being
That's
done
right.
very
Right.
quickly, right?
That's why it's
So
such a collaborative,
it is.
a cooperative
Yeah.
system. Because we're kind of the behind the scenes people,
Right.
but it's just as important as the people who are out there like actively promoting, so.
Definitely.
For sure.
And don't think for a minute those dairy inputs going into infant formula hasn't drawn the attention of the entire industry because we have
Yeah.
just never considered Clostridium botulinum as likely to occur in any of our processes. And when you take powder, we're throwing everything we own at it. We're throwing pasteurization, drying process, pressures, heat, everything we own, and it still is surviving. And so there's a lot of folks paying very close attention to that. And then at the same time, if you're a powder manufacturer and you're just selling powder out the back door like most people do, and someone's brokering, you may not know that your powder is ultimately ending up in infant formula. So there's a lot, it's just changing up from a liability standpoint and understanding of the industry of how people are doing it and providing inputs in the end. So,
And I think the balance that we're trying to achieve is to avoid the unintended consequence of any powder manufacturer saying absolutely no, labeling their bags of powder is not for infant formula. And then we don't have infant formula anymore,
Yeah.
right? Like that's the other extreme that we don't want to get to. So
and
there
that happened.
is absolutely happening there. There are companies that do not want to touch this with a 10-foot pole because it's so different.
Or the shortages based on other reasons.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Chaos.
Well, it's important for us as producers to know, the average producer knowing, because we all see, what other groups are doing, the cat to school, and it's all good, and we love that.
Right.
But, as consumers, we're sick consumers.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me how few outbreaks we have in this country, because we have a lot of.
All right, on that note.
But
All right.
it's important for people to know that
Great.
the 15 cents is going to stuff like this.
Yeah.
That's critical.
Yes, yes. And we need to do a better job of that.
Thank you, Nicole.
Absolutely.
Katie, do you have a hot date?
I can wait for you.
Okay.
15-minute break. We're gonna take our break now instead of 4 o'clock.
That was a great answer. I can wait for you.
I appreciate that, Katie. I'm not the only one.
Not very many would.
Hi, everyone. Larry, am I okay to?
You are fantastic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Carpenter. I'm the State Director of
You
New
got
York Agriculture in the Classroom.
I like how good.
So I am excited to talk to you about our dairy in the classroom. It's nice to see some new friends here at the table. Our program, we're in year 6 of our project being funded by the Dairy Promotion Order. Agriculture in the Classroom has been around for about 40 years. We're based at Cornell, and we're an outreach program. We work in the formal school setting. We work with classroom teachers, formal school days. Our sister programs are helping start and support high school and middle school certified agriculture teachers. That's one of our sisters. And then also New York FFA. So we work together in that formal education space. And our goal at the end of the day, our little piece of the pie, is that we want to help build an agriculturally literate generation. We want our population of people to be able to understand and communicate the source and value of agriculture as it's impacting their daily lives. That's our goal. And how do we get there? We do it through the front door of education. We help take lessons, tools, resources, and opportunities for classroom teachers with relevant and rigorous tools to use agriculture as that lens for learning, giving those students opportunities to connect with agriculture when they're not realizing they are. Our project is really broken down into 4 action items. Number 1, and it's number 1 for a reason, is because it's the most important thing that you fund in this grant project, is to help hire about half-time educators in county cooperative extension offices to facilitate direct student education. This is in Act in the Classroom. We've never had the opportunity before to have direct educators building relationships with teachers and helping building relationships with students and connecting the agriculture in their backyard into their classroom day. We've always worked through the lens of working with teachers because we didn't have the staff capacity or we haven't been able to spread ourselves to do direct student ed. So we found other ways and creative ways to do that, but this project allows us to build relationships with students. Our second action item is helping build classroom experiences statewide and supporting those dairy in the classroom educators who are housed at those cooperative extensions. We offer professional learning workshops for teachers, and also we help do our dairy in the classroom, our extension educators get their own professional development. So those are the four key areas that we work in. And this is a quick list of our counties that we currently impact. So you were able to help us increase our program size by 2 counties this past year for the 2026 fiscal year. 6 years ago, we started with 5 counties, and now we're up to 23 counties that we're funding. So the growth has been incredible. It's been fun to keep up with it. It's been fun to watch how these county programs are not only taking the task that we ask them to do, but how they're leveraging funds and opportunities and partnerships with their districts to elevate somebody who's a half-time position, which is what this funds, and finding other funding opportunities through BOCES, through their county legislature board to make that person full-time, to do full-time ag in the classroom work, to increase their impact and opportunities. So they've really taken the reins and run with it. Now, the stars that you see are our new counties. So we added Cattaraugus County to our list, and we also added Ulster County to our list. And it was, you see Nassau County is crossed off, and that's because this is the first time we've actually lost a county. Nassau County was one of our original counties, right? That's the county closest to New York City. And we've had a long, exciting history with them. We've invested over $125,000 over the course of 5 years into their program. They have a new executive director of their county PCE program, and they did not want to continue the relationship. They kind of stopped communications. They fired a lot of their staff, which was really unfortunate. And really cut off communication. So even though I tried my best to repair or even just work to understand what was happening there, because of the investment of
their educators and our relationships that have developed with the schools, they didn't want to continue that. So if you know anyone on the CCE, NASA Board of Directors, I'm not sure they know what's going on or that they've lost this funding. We're not the only Cornell program that they've cut ties with for grant funding. So I'm not sure what their direction is, but they haven't communicated it to us. However, we had 13 counties apply for 2 grant spots. So the interest is there. We had a plethora of incredible applications of counties who want this program in their community. And we were able to add Suffolk County. So we were able to stay right on the island, which is fantastic. They have a strong connection with they have a farm, which is on Long Island, where they have like a hub for students to be able to see agriculture in action. And they have some great built-in educators who are already doing in-classroom work, they had existing relationships. So even though they came on a little bit later in the year, they've really done super well in their catch-up. And they're excited to send 3 educators to our Dairy in the Classroom in service that'll be held in September. So they're trying to figure out, they're like, now how do we make mozzarella in 40 minutes? I'm like, we can help you with that. We got you. And we're connecting them with the network that they're going to develop and continue to develop. So this is where we're at. I'm excited for the interest that continues to exist for this program. We touch base with every single one of these counties monthly through their monthly reporting. They have to report the programs that they've done monthly and their financial reporting monthly. We have a receipt for all of their material and supply expenditures. We keep track of. If someone's missing, we reach out to them. We also do mid-year check-ins with every single one of these counties, at least a half hour, if not an hour, depending on how long they've been with us. What are your challenges? What are your opportunities? And how can we help? Is what we base those conversations on. So taking a quick look at our action items 1 and 2. Of course, number 1, we're at 46% because we're playing a little catch up between that NASA and Suffolk changeover, but we're right on track with expending our grants to those county-based programs. And then in our classroom engagement, we'll see what that entails. But we're feeling, it looks, at 32%, but we have some big programs that are coming up in the next end of our school year here. We've already invested so far about 42,000 hours of instruction. So not only do we collect it's the number of students that we reach, but really what's more important to us is the frequency of visits. So we want the educators who are going into those classrooms to have multiple touches. They're going to be in there in 1 day, and then they're going to see them again 3 to 4 weeks later, is usually what those cycles look like. So we want that frequency of visits and duration of visits. And we want to know how much time you're investing into those in about 2,200 classrooms. The numbers in red were our stated goals. So we're well on our way to reaching that student impact. What do those Dairy in the Classroom educators do? They are developing lessons. They are having communication with those classroom teachers. What are you teaching the next time I come to visit in 4 weeks? How can I help you introduce a concept or give your students a hands-on experience of something you've already taught? Or how can we use one of the built-in concepts through Dairy in the Classroom to help meet some of your core academic content goals? We also have dairy samples as a key component of the work that they're doing. And so you can see a couple pictures here. One is from Cayuga County. You can see the students are in the worm bin. And dairy nutrition is really important to us. Having their students try products they've never tried before is very important as we talk about that dairy sample number. But we also hit home to our Dairy in the Classroom educators. Talk about the full dairy ecosystem. So here we have our Cayuga County educator. She has a traveling worm bin. And so they talk about soil health. They are able to look at how soil evolves and changes. And these have layers to them so they can see from when the lettuce is put in at the very top, and then they take apart the layers and they're able to see what that looks like. And they're able to talk about how that soil evolves and changes. And so touch on some of those soil science concepts. And then this is from Oneida County Farm Fest, where students are that simple, something that we find, the old dairy princess making butter. So there are so many academic concepts that we can tie into just the simple process of making butter. We can talk about careers in dairy processing. We can talk about phases of matter and change, and they get to do that right in a moment at those moments of learning and inspiration. They talk about sanitation, as we just heard Nicole share, and how important that is. Those are all concepts that we can tie into something as simple as making butter. These are just some other images of what's happening that our educators are facilitating in the classroom. Broome County, they're talking about strawberries, but they're also making whipped cream. So they're tying in 2 different agricultural products, talking about using it as an ingredient, but also how are we making that whipped cream and how do they tie in together. This is Elaine Noble in Chemung County, and Elaine is actually doing a pre-vet experience. And so they're doing sub-Q and IM injections into a banana, talking about vet science, but every kid wants to be a vet. So we're giving them a chance to live their moment and experience. And Elaine also does a lot on biosecurity with her upper elementary and early middle school students that she impacts. So she does a lot of glow germ experiences and why that's important on dairy farms and in dairy processing. So we love that. And Herkimer County over here, we do a lesson called Search for the Source. And that's kind of what she's facilitating here. She has tons of different products on the ground there, and the students have to decide, does this come from a farm? Does it come from a factory? Does it come from a store? Or does it come from natural resources? So it's one of those great just context setting. They realize everything comes from the farm or from natural resources. And they even throw things in there, like you can see a glass of soda. And so the students really have to think about, well, what is that? Is that plant, animal? Where does that come from? So as we look at our mid-year results, we have already hosted 31 field trips. Most of these, our educators are building or facilitating. Sometimes they are assisting with the facilitation. Oneida County, they don't put on Farm Fest solely by themselves. That's a partnership with Farm Bureau, and it's a partnership with Terry Danino and Danino Farms. And Soil and Water is part of that, and they're usually a big part of helping make sure schools get to that experience and supporting those other groups. But a lot of these, it could be from a grade level, a 4th grade grade level coming into a farm experience, or up to 600 to 700 students coming in for a larger experience. You see the majority of these happening in the spring. They're kind of wrapping up their year with this farm visit. But we do have quite a few counties who like to start their school year of programming going to a farm, because then they can build off of those experiences and answer questions during their classroom visits for the rest of the school year that they're part of. We're doing really well on our 3 virtual field trips that we've done so far. We always have a goal of 5 for this year, and we are doing some career-focused virtual field trips. So a ride along with a vet will happen is one of our virtual field trips that'll happen this fall. We're really excited for that one, to do some career focus, a day in the life. What are you doing when you're visiting a dairy farm, and what does the job look like? Also included in this action item is our challenges. So we have our ice cream challenge that we have held already in the spring. Mac and cheese challenge happens in the fall. This is not limited to just our 23 dairy in the classroom counties. This extends to the entire state, and it extends to homeschool, to parochial schools, independent schools, charter schools. It's really a chance for teachers to engage with dairy in a way that they construct and develop. Our goal is that students make ice cream, they write the recipe that helps with their sequence writing, and helps with, whether it's working on fractions with how much is going into that recipe, because sometimes they're making multiple batches, so they're multiplying their fractions. They have to take a picture of their final product. They have to create a marketing element and determine to us who their target audience for this ice cream flavor is. This is Ichabod Crane here, and those students are working on their ice cream in a bag. And then this school, they are, this is Kenmore West. And you can see on their pint of ice cream that they've made, that they've designed their own label for that. So they go, not only is it, you know, we get lots of like TikTok style videos, we get lots of YouTube videos, but they're also doing that graphic design piece on their own. And this is, you don't have to read all of this, but this is from Janet Bird, who she's a teacher in the Rochester City School District. And I love it because she's like real. She's like, even like as like a mom or a parent, she's like, sometimes I wonder, why do I do this? When you get in the mix of kids and ice and salt and recipes, she's like, put it all, it's all worth it at the end, because at the end of the day, I see my students that are working on planning, on time management. They're having to communicate with one another. Now, I know Dean knows about this, but raise your hand if you're familiar with New York Inspires. Have you heard that? So we're having new graduation measures that are coming down that are starting to become implemented in New York State. Graduation requirements are changing. We're not going to be focused on Regents diplomas any longer. It's going to be about skills and competencies. It's a huge change. This means that our teachers who have traditionally taught ELA and taught to that Regents, they're going to have to collaborate themselves with the math teacher and the social studies teacher. Oh, and that's scary for them. So they are nervous about how these students are going, because we, at the end of the day, we want our students to be better communicators. We want them to be better critical thinkers. We want them to have career-based experiences and opportunities like this. The vast majority of submissions that I receive are middle school, high school. So they're starting to think about this project and problem-based learning thinking, and the teachers are seeing how the students must integrate ELA concepts into one project, along with science, along with art, along with math. So our high schools are going to look vastly different, but it's also important for us to make sure our elementary students are also doing this so that they are prepared for what education looks like when they reach those upper grade levels. We had 226 unique submissions for this competition. Last year I had 168 just for ice cream alone. And we had hit 800 students. Last year we were at 3,100 students. So the interest and popularity of this continues to increase. And I think it's because it's an easy way for us to start talking about careers, math, science, intercurricular concepts. Even our special education students, OTPT, they're taking their recipes and they're creating a visual checklist, and then they're translating that into text-to-speech tools, and they're submitting that to us to show the work that they're doing to make dairy cooking in the classroom recipes accessible to more students. So these are our winners of this year. I have to say the level, I'm just seeing increased level of craftsmanship really in the submissions that we're seeing. The presentations are slick. Milk for Health helped support Avon, who was our first place winner in the high school, and they helped support the base of the ice cream. And so it was so fun to see them in their presentation. They had a Christmas theme ice cream. It was July and there was Christmas music playing in my office as I watched their presentation, because they're all using Canva now, so they can make it like just so smooth and wonderful. And it was putting me in the Christmas spirit. But these schools are really leaning in. I think the one from Cato Meridian just cracked me up. The Scooper of the Trooper, which is like a coffee and donut ice cream flavor. So they're just funny. They're funny and fun. So these were our winners for Ice Cream Challenge. Now, we also did the Ice Cream Challenge at the state FFA convention, and we could do it twice, and only 100 students were allowed in. This was it was like glass door. We had to hold them back because of the amount of students. Tanya was there. She saw they were busting at the seams to get in. We filled it twice, and we had 14 ice cream makers going per session, but the students had to do the same thing in their hour and a half. make their ice cream. They had to develop their marketing, present it, and then they had like battle of the ice cream. And we had some guest judges come in. We did that 2 times, 200 students. It was a mess, but it was fantastic. They were actually running out to Tanya's booth at the convention because she had intense chocolate milk and they wanted to add chocolate to their concoction. So the students were engaged, were able to add dairy education into their experience and help our partners. So what is happening now, which we're really excited for? I've already done one of these and I'm actually zooming out today. So my hot date is going to Niagara County. We are doing, these are our teacher professional developments, right? And to make our dollars go as far as we can, we've actually partnered this summer with Farm to School, PCE Farm to School. And we have developed 3 unique workshops across the state. We already have been in Madison County where our intention is to bring teachers to farms, right? My population of teachers, they don't come from agriculture. They're not certified agriculture teachers. They're general education teachers who want to find ways to include food and ag in their classrooms, but they don't know how. And they don't have the confidence necessarily to do it. So we bring them to farms, let them understand the food system, talk to a farmer, and then we bring them back to the school. And we have anchor teachers from that school who are giving them the confidence to cook in their classroom. They're actually leading them through. They're making them cut the apples. They're making them make the applesauce. They're making the mozzarella cheese. Each of these is very unique. We were at Cody Farms for last week, and so they were able to understand dairy production, the ecosystem of a dairy farm. They went to the lavender operation, talked about culinary lavender and how you cook with lavender. What are the techniques to that? And then we went to Divine Acres, which is a beef operation, and she also does vermicompost. Brought them back to the school. We made mozzarella cheese with 40 teachers. Every single one of these are full. I have like a waiting list. It's like, you can come, you have a seat, but you're not getting materials and supplies, but they still want to be there. And then have a waiting list if somebody backs up, they can get one of those spots. So we'll train over the course of these 3 trainings, about 120 teachers over these 3 days. I'm headed out to Niagara County. We're going to Jeremy Maratti's farm. We're going to visit him tomorrow. And we're also going to Goodman Farms. And then our teachers are making smoothies with the teachers. They're making ice cream and they're doing some curriculum training. Then we'll be at Tyashoke on the 3rd. And we're going to go to Jeff Sim is going to bring us around the farm. And then we're going to an orchard. They're going to come back and make peach ice cream. We're going to do a mock mac and cheese challenge for them. Phoebe Zim is going to come be one of the judges because she's a culinary whiz. And they're going to decide which of the teachers' mac and cheese is reigns supreme. But then really, these teachers have a great experience. They're figuring out, how do I scrounge up these tools and resources to cook with my students in the classroom? We let them walk away with some of these tools so that they can implement this into the new school year. So we hope for 3, I budgeted for 3, but because of this partnership with Farm to School, we're able to add a Wyoming County training in. Wyoming County wanted to have one of these trainings, so we're going to do a chip and dip experience. And we are going to go to Marquardt and look at their potato operation. And then we're going to the plant farm and we're going to look at the robotic milkers. And we are going to, it's Brian's looking at me. So we're going to do that with Wyoming County, and that's a teacher professional development day. School year gives us a limited window to host some of these trainings, but Stephanie at Wyoming CCE was first on the list to get one of these teacher PD days. So we're excited about this. We will expend this entire budget, but we're able to do that because of our partnership and splitting costs with Farm to School. So we appreciate that partnership and what's coming next. Finally, we have on here is our Dairy in the Classroom educator in service and the professional development for this group. So we have on the list, I fluctuate, is about 60 educators who are doing this in classroom education. I require that anyone who's going into the classroom who goes through the ag literacy certification, that's a national program. It's 12 hours asynchronous. They have to go through that to be a dairy in the classroom educator and part of this program. I can require that because they're part of this dairy in the classroom world. And it brings them through all of agriculture, but it also gives them that pedagogy to what are some good teaching strategies and what are teachers thinking about and how can I communicate agriculture better to them. So they all have to do that. But then we bring them in for 2 days of development. Every single one of them, we challenge them to do bring your best. You have 15 minutes to bring your favorite lesson for the year. This is where they gain some inspiration, new ideas. Last year, I brought the board game. That's where that was born out of. I'm also bringing in an educator from National Agriculture in the classroom. She's the architect of our lesson matrix, where our educators are finding their lessons. And she's going to show some new tools for them of things that they can think differently about integrating. There'll be farm tours. I tried to go to Buffalo. My date, Jason, do you know why this date was a problem? September 17th in Buffalo? Eileen, no. Opener of the build in the new stadium, and I could not, yeah, thanks, Tanya. I couldn't get a hotel room. They were here in the This is a little snapshot of the rest of my items, indirect costs and that salary marketing. But what questions do you have?
How do I get to be a judge at the FFA?
You can come. You're always welcome. We're gonna be in Syracuse next time.
Questions for Katie in this room?
I think over the years, this program has, she told you, went from 5 to 23, and I think as the board and commissioner and everybody's involvement has been very excited at what Katie has done with the programs gone forward. So, Dean.
Basically, kudos to everything you're doing. The counties that aren't being reached, you still do work somewhat with them, yes.
Yeah,
Can you just explain that?
With
to
who? Counties that aren't being.
counties that aren't part of this program, yes, if we still work with them.
Okay.
We do. So Mac and Cheese Challenge, Ice Cream Challenge is open to any educator in any corner of the state. So any of those teachers can participate. That Dairy in the Classroom in service, we have county educators from all counties in New York who are banging at my door on a waiting list to get to that training because there's no other training for agriculture in the classroom for this cooperative extension educator audience. We are also funded by the state. Our budget continues to compress a little bit. It's a dream that we could do this across the board for agriculture in the classroom. You've opened up the opportunity for us to be able to do this. We let them come to this if there's space available. They have to figure out their own lodging and things, but we do let them come for their own development. So we're also hosting one in Niagara County. They don't have, for this teacher training, they don't have dairy in the classroom educator, but they touch so many of our counties that do, and those county educators are coming. We want to serve them in any way we can. We let those educators come to any of our open trainings. CCE can come to just be in service, and our teacher trainings, they are welcome to. I've also helped support those counties to come to our national agriculture in the classroom. It's not funded by this, but Dutchess County was one of those counties that put in a strong application for dairy in the classroom. Wasn't able to fund them this year through that, but I did bring their educator to our national conference to build their own development and start their network and program.
Is there any opportunity for working more with like homeschool segment? I know like in Broome County, which this program excites me because kind of started a little bit with us and has grown.
Yeah.
There's a new homeschool consortium starting in Broome, and they're going to do great things. And I would love to be able to, find a way to point them in a direction that you guys could do something.
Yeah.
Or, even if it's just online resource of point them to here's the website to.
Yeah, I would, a lot of our programs, the virtual field trip, all open to those homeschool consortiums. We love when they register for those. The challenges are open. Those homeschool teachers come to our training. They're welcome to come to any of those programs. But I'm also happy to talk to them about other programs. Nationally, we've started to go to the homeschool, the National Ag in the Classroom organization has started to go to some of the homeschool conventions. There's like 30,000 people who are part of some of these networks, and there's different pockets of networks with these homeschool groups, and they latch right onto this Ag in the Classroom world. I think they had like 3,000 people at the conference that we went to. It's a huge number. So definitely a market we want to help support. Of course, all of our lessons are open source, anything they can access. But if you have a lead, send them to me. I'm happy to talk to them. Yeah, Eric?
Is Nassau County still doing regular ed in the classroom?
No. If you know, I've tried to go to the top.
The good news is Nassau and Suffolk both have about 3 million people, so you're getting the same number of people.
Yes, yeah.
Find positive.
And Suffolk does touch it. They do some programming in Nassau, just not with the same schools we've built relationships with. It's a bummer. Know anyone? You know somebody on that board, send them a note.
Any other questions? So a few years ago, you used to do a book,
Every year.
and where's that at?
We have selected our book for this year, and we haven't announced it, but I know it's open meeting. I don't know who's listening, but we're doing a book called It's Corn Picking Time. It's a focus on machinery. We've never done machinery before. So this is a new book that's come out, and we're excited talking about the process of corn, and corn's important. So we're excited. We did Seasons on the Farm last year, and it'll be It's Corn Picking Time coming up this year. So.
I do have one quick question.
Yeah.
Artificial intelligence is permeating the classrooms.
Mhm.
I actually was telling Jason this morning, I read that there's a school in Salamanca that is getting a humanoid robot in their classroom, which is freaky to me as a parent. But anyhow, yeah, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I'm curious, like, obviously artificial intelligence is going to just increase in our classrooms. So how do you incorporate that from the agricultural side? And how can you do that?
Yeah, it's a great question and multifaceted because we have a database of resources that artificial intelligence, as I'm learning, can take many different forms. There's a Cornell engineering professor who's been working with us. He's developed a really cool robot that the students can code. They can monitor soil moisture, plant growth, and then the students can code that robot to add interventions. It's very cool and it's really inexpensive to be 3D printed. But he also has a focus in artificial intelligence, and he really wants to build a tool that overlays on our curriculum matrix, which is our online searchable database of the best lessons from across the country. Because my educators, my dairy in the classroom educators, the lessons are great, but they're built for a classroom teacher. They don't always have 120 minutes to do a full lesson with 6 components. They have time for one component, an engaging intro, so a way to wrap it up in a hands-on moment. So we're talking about building an AI overlay to the source material that we deem as scientifically relevant and high quality materials that are not leaning one way or the other, overlay so that they can put in, I'm doing a lesson for 2nd graders. I want to make butter with them. And I want to hit these educational learning standards, and then the AI robot creates that for them. So using our materials, not pulling from wild things out in the world. That's one element of how we want to build AI, use AI to help make our educators better and more efficient. They have a lot of work to do. It's hard work to manipulate all those lessons. After they have a repertoire and a good library of work, they can pull from that, but they always want to try something new and different, or a teacher asks them for something new and different. That takes out some of the development time. We're working on some AI lessons nationally, so we're excited for AI in agriculture and what that looks like. So I know those are in development. But as for what I'm seeing in the ice cream challenge, I'm going to have to build some new requirements for my competition because the amount of AI content that I saw
because I would like to see them use AI responsibly. And I think that's what educators are working towards. How can I use AI as a tool, but not let my students put in a submission that is something that is not their work, that it was a robot created this for them. So I'm seeing how I have to evolve and change, but also talking to teachers about how some of them will let them use it for pulling inspiration of names for their product, for their ice cream name. They're using it to pull names. They're not allowing them to use AI imagery to do their images. I saw they had to take a real picture of their ice cream and they are doing AI images, and that doesn't meet the requirements, so I can throw those submissions out. So I'm seeing how I have to evolve and change, but I know those teachers are figuring out along the way too about how their students are able to responsibly use that tool. We're learning.
Everybody good?
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Katie.
you.
Thank you.
My favorite trying to figure out how they got this official, and then
Thought we already saw you one today.
Back from the.
She's back for more.
Hey, you go to the FFA? Did you go to the FFA?
No.
I did.
You were there?
Yeah.
Yeah, you met my admin? Adam
Yeah.
Harris? Did you meet Adam Harris?
Right.
Likely, yeah.
Because, no, Commissioner Bowles,
Okay.
that's,
Yeah.
he met him. Was Antonio there too? Or just you?
Antonio did go, yes.
He was there. Well, maybe he met Antonio.
Yeah. Likely, since I think we have all separated to go judge at different parts,
And
but it was incredible.
Commissioner Ball and Antonio Ball, he was highly impressed with
Oh,
both.
good. Yeah, we were able to actually bring some of our partners from New York State Education Departments, the BOCES team, along with a few educators. Experience of.
Hi, Jen.
Hi.
A little smack in the back, so I'm feeling refreshed. Ready to go, round two. I'm gonna start us off for the Cornell Dairy Food Center with an update on the tech transfer for the center. We've made a couple of changes. So Carmen is here in person. Patrick is here to represent Julie Goddard. Dave and Sam are both online and are gonna present from WebEx. And then Carmen is giving size presentation because he had a medical procedure this morning and wasn't able to join us. So
you've got an hour 20, hour 10, and then 10 for questions. Is that how you want to do it?
Yeah, I guess I
I'm-
think just,
I gave everybody 7 minutes per project, so I'm gonna help keep track of time
Okay.
for everybody. So I think we should be
Go
okay.
ahead, Jake.
go
You
ahead.
want to do the questions in between.
That's what I was gonna
Because
say.
It's too long.
It's hard to
You know,
remember.
it's pertinent. You get on a subject, you go to a whole nother thing.
Yeah,
Can we ask during? Sure. Okay.
yeah, no, that's absolutely appropriate for each individual project, please.
Yeah.
Everybody should
Yeah,
have
well,
seen-
yeah, if Nicole and everybody's gonna be very cognizant of the time and just kind of, because being in here, we do have to be out. And
Totally
we got some
understand.
other stuff to.
All right, well,
yeah.
stop talking, Larry, you know.
Good point.
Yeah. You're all aware that I took over as center director in November. This contract was actually not in my name, which caused some administrative issues at Cornell, but it is finally in my name. So some quick goals. So this tech transfer project is an ongoing small amount of funding to facilitate industry outreach and connecting technologies and innovations that are developed by the center faculty to industry and to assess workforce pipeline, providing technology support and emergency support in areas that are not covered directly by milk quality improvement. So just a couple of highlights. I'm not going to belabor this much, but we did have our annual meeting in April of this year, which went very well, well attended with 69 attendees. Our faculty gave research updates, so many of which are funded by checkoff dollars, either through your board, this board, or through DMI. We did a spotlight on the dairy processing apprenticeship program, which is a registered apprenticeship program in New York State where we are trying to get more processing facilities to adopt that and enroll in that apprenticeship program. It's been a little slow, but we do have a couple now that are that have apprentices in their facilities. We did some pilot plant tours, both in our Geneva pilot plant and in Ithaca, which were really well attended. I think almost every single person who attended the conference attended one or the other of those tours, which was fantastic because that's another opportunity for us to get folks in to see what kind of equipment we have so that we can more easily support them. And then we had a couple of sessions highlighting our student talent and our hackathon. So I didn't put any slides in here, but the hackathon is a program where students come together for a weekend. It's focused on food product development and innovation. So they come together, they form teams, and they're given challenges. They have mentors that come in from all across the food industry, and then there's a judging of their product. Most of these teams actually develop a product. They have a actual product to give to the judges. I had the opportunity to be to attend and be a mentor and be a judge at this last hackathon. And these students are just incredible. The energy they have, the ideas that they're bringing. There was a DMI sponsored dairy challenge as part of our hackathon, and just tremendous ideas from the student teams that participated in that dairy focused component. And actually three of the teams that participated in the hackathon went on to submit an application to DMI's product development competition. Two of the three ended up in the top 6 nationally. And one of those teams, which little braggy, but one of my students was one of the leaders on that team, took home 2nd place in that national competition with their product, which was a whey product, a snacking cube that's freeze dried, but it had high protein and targeted toward sort of, middle-aged women, but very, very successful. We actually broadly had a very successful year at the American Dairy Science Association, which is where those awards were given. One of our students walked away with a top award in the oral competition. One walked away with a top award in the poster competition. And then we have that team that won the 2nd place award in that product development competition. So these students that our center faculty are training are really the leaders that are going to go into industry. So all of these things are really important to us. And we wanted to highlight that to industry because our industry partners are really interested in hiring these students. So we want to make sure they know how talented these students are. So just a couple of 2026 special initiatives for the center. The first, and Julie kind of touched on it a little bit, is just increasing communication across the dairy system. So one of my major goals has been to do more collaboration with programs that are reaching dairy farmers in New York State. ProDairy is one of them. So we are working together to do more dairy food highlights at some of their meetings to get that information out. And I think that's broadly something that folks are really interested in hearing more about. So I'm spearheading that and then collaborating across the Dairy Center, the Cornell Dairy Center of Excellence, which is a cross-disciplinary group of researchers and extension folks to do more collaborative efforts across the entire dairy system. So animal health, production, marketing, economics, all of that. And then the last point I wanted to highlight is our strategic planning for this year. This is not paid for by the DPO board. I was actually able to get funding from DMI to support strategic planning, and then I put in some money for this. But we hired Agency 29 to do strategic planning for the center because the Cornell Dairy Food Center is a unique group of faculty. We have unique resources at Cornell, and we obviously have the expertise to provide a lot of support to the industry. So we want to take that and message it in a way that really reaches people and what they need, and make sure that they know they can come to Cornell across the spectrum to get the support that they need. Part of this is also understanding, to Jason's point earlier, how can we leverage the center for external funding beyond what we get from checkoff and from federal programs, for example, through the USDA. So we have a roadmap. We actually had our kickoff earlier this month. We're doing a needs assessment and then strategic planning with a marketing roadmap. We're developing a messaging strategy, and then we're going to create a whole new brand visualization guide. So this is something that will occur over the last half of 2026. And although, this isn't directly something that you guys are funding, it's obviously going to impact what the center can do and the visibility of the center, leveraging the funding that you all are investing in our faculty. So that's it for me. Any questions on the Dairy Center activities?
Pretty good.
Congrats.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand this over to Carmen. Has 7 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm going to use maybe one of those or two of those 7 minutes to add on to what Nicole said. When she mentioned the hackathon, I'm not sure you realize that this involves all Cornell students or students from across Cornell. So we exposed to dairy, students from engineering, from the hotel, the business school, they work together. So it's a much greater exposure than just our food science students. That's number one. Number two, just to show how much importance the area of dairy is given at Cornell and in the College of Agricultural Life Sciences, we were happy to receive approval to recruit the tenure track faculty in dairy with microbiology. We know we have a colleague who went elsewhere in the dairy industry, and we want to have this continued expertise. So these are things that I wanted to bring up as well. Now back to my own work. In this last project, you have given us funding to be able to extract the milk fat globule membrane. And I realize there are some new people in the room, so I'm going to just give you a little bit of background. When we make butter, we rupture the membrane that covers the milk fat globule. That membrane is actually golden in terms of the composition. It has a very complex composition, and it has proteins and other components that have very, very interesting and useful metabolic value. So they can help with cognition, they can help with the immune system, they can help with gut health. In many cases, that's lost or not really utilized in a good way until recently, when there was a lot of attention brought onto it. And we have now really a lot of effort to extract those proteins and add them to baby formula, for example, or to specific products. The challenge with that is that you can actually get this little membrane in the lab setting, but how do you extract it from dairy byproduct stream? You can valorize that with technologies that do exist. So without additional investment and without creating other waste streams, then you don't know what to do with. So that has been our goal here. That is our goal, to be able to extract these proteins and concentrate them and get them out of a byproduct. We chose actually as a byproduct the butter. That's the buttermilk stream, I'm sorry, from butter making. And we want to do it in a way that's very gentle and preserve the bioactivity. You may have heard of WPPC, that's way polyphenol concentrate that contains some of this material, but I think that the functionality is altered by the process. So we're trying to do it in a better way. There are some challenges, and that's where we come in. In terms of size, those fragments can be as, comparable to the casein. And then when you use warm temperatures during processing, they can bind together with the whey proteins, and that limits their functionality. So we are trying to isolate and concentrate this material using low temperature membrane processing to be able to preserve that functionality. And I'll summarize the work that we've done. We tested various ways in which we can take this buttermilk that is similar to milk in composition, get rid of the casein. And the casein is actually what makes cheese. It's the backbone of cheese. We don't get rid of it, meaning that we throw it away. We want to recover. So you can either do acidification, like to make a farmer's cheese, for example, and that's the casein that is making the curd here, or you can rennet that and get a little bit of buttermilk cheese. And I think some of these products might exist a little bit, but we compared the two, we compared different experimental conditions, and we were interested in collecting or isolating and concentrating the milk fat global membrane that would be left in the stream here in the whey that you're producing from this precipitation or making process. And long story short here, we found out that the process that works better is gelatin. There are some reasons for that. I'm not going to bother you too much. So we're going to follow with that. So if you look at what we're getting here, we get this coagulant that you can use. It's kind of a cottage cheese or farmer's cheese. You can utilize that. Then we want to use the serum to extract the fat-soluble membrane proteins from there. We looked at this liquid with specific tools, with gels that allow us to see where different proteins are. Forget all the acronyms. We want to see as many of these dark bands here. Those are the fat-soluble membrane proteins, and we want to see less intensity for casein. So that's what we've been working on with our process, and we're getting there. But one thing that I wanted to mention is that what we want to do is fractionate and concentrate them, and then what happens with the liquid that's left? We want to actually use reverse osmosis, just remove the water, and the water you can utilize in your plant, and the rest will be a concentrate. It's not going to be the pure component, which you can get in the lab, but it would be too expensive and not necessarily used as an ingredient, an economical ingredient. So that's our plan here. Let me skip this because I don't want to use too much time. And here, there are probably a few too many because I want to bring your attention to the top message here that we have decided to move on with the renneting process, and we tested already membrane fractionation using 2 ore sizes. We have one more left because we're trying to still remove some of the case, and we were able to enrich the product in membrane milk fat soluble membrane material by almost 3-fold. We want to do more than that, make it economical. And that's what we're doing right now. I will also add one thing. Remember, there was that whey that we're creating from renneting. That also contains another bioactive component. That's a little piece of casein that is lost after cheese making, the glycomacropeptide. That would be an additional bioactive component that we get in this concentrate. We haven't focused on that, but that's an added benefit. In terms of how the work is going, we're making very good progress. As I mentioned, and as you know, the contract didn't come in until quite late, but we were fortunate to have that additional funding from the New York State Pollution Prevention Institute that allowed us to move on, recruited the students who actually so good. She even presented the poster at the dairy meeting that we all mentioned. And we really hope that this project will lead to value to the dairy industry, because we want to extract as much value as possible out of milk. And this is probably the hottest topic right now in terms of milk-derived ingredients. And there was a whole session at the SPSA talking about that. Thank you so much for your support. Happy to take questions.
Questions?
How much of the BOD did that decrease through moving that from that way?
That is an awesome question, and I will tell you that we have the BOD analysis right now actually running. So we submitted the samples. I don't have the data yet, but we submitted the samples 2 weeks ago, and it takes a little while.
All right.
Some of the questions.
Will it be significant?
Sorry?
Will it be significant? It won't be a lot.
At the end of the process, the only waste that we want to produce is water with maybe a little bit of, soluble material that trickles up, and that would be possibly, yeah.
Should decrease it quite a bit.
Thank you. And Patrick.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Patrick. I'm the postdoc in Sam and Julie's lab, and today I'm going to be giving you the update on the project that is reduced glycemic index milk using enzyme technologies. So I'll just start with a little bit of the background and the motivation in that there seems to be a large portion of consumers who are carb conscious. So we're developing an enzymatic cascade to generate rare sugars here to reduce the net carb that you can put on the label for skim milk. So the FDA has already excluded allulose from added sugars. That is one of the rare sugars that we are currently producing with this cascade, and we're hopeful that other rare sugars will be added to that as well. The other one that we're focusing on is tagatose. Just a little bit more about the motivation is that the internet keeps telling people that milk does not fit into a low carb diet, which we know that is very short-sighted. So moving on, I believe that the opportunity that's hiding behind this project is that, like I said, we have a large market opportunity of these carb-conscious consumers that are increasing over time. If we can develop a product that meets that demand, using rare sugars, we can also talk about how the blood glucose level impact will decrease with the addition of rare sugars. There's been a lot of research recently that's done from GLP-1 work that rare sugars are actually very beneficial for health and have a GLP-1 stimulating effect. And who this would benefit is New York dairy farmers, because this will result in an increased volume of sale of skim milks with added rare sugars. So the way that we're going about doing this project is we're bolting this onto an already present scaffold. Skim milk filtration produces lactose retentate. We then take that lactose retentate and introduce that to our enzymatic cascade, which I'll get into in a second. That then produces the rare sugars, which we add back into the skim milk, producing the lower carb milk. So this is what our enzymatic cascade looks like in terms of product. But the nice thing, or the thing that we need to keep in mind with this is that enzymes aren't perfect valves. So that's where my work comes in that as I've been working on the project, we're getting a complete degradation of lactose. This is something that's been done in the industry for years. But modulating and using these different enzymes that I'm focused on, I'm trying to turn these 50% value, this 50% value into more like 25%. And I can do that by modulating the amount of enzyme that we're adding, changing conditions, and so forth. So at the end goal, we're trying to make tagatose and allulose. So what I'm working on is boosting those values so that way it is actually significantly useful. So just to reiterate why we're looking at rare sugars as well, is the relative sweetness value quite high with a low energy or kcal per gram. So using these enzymes, we can produce a nice additive for dairy products. To get into the results of the cascade, so this is where the main progress on the projects has come from since last year, is we actually have the cascade up and running, and I'm working with the data to figure out how we can optimize it more. And what I want to show you is first, I began by categorizing each individual enzyme that I'm working with in the cascade and developed a ratio based on our most active to try to bring up the activity of all the other enzymes. So I'm adding more amount of those enzymes to boost their activity. And what we're seeing for our allulose production pathway is we are completely removing lactose, breaking that down into glucose and galactose. So we're converting glucose to fructose and then to allulose. So we have that pathway generating our ratio interest, and then we're also converting galactose into our tagatose. So this is another successful leg of the project. But what I'm working on now and what we're getting more interested in is computationally modeling how we can use our time and production of the substrate over time to then figure out, okay, if someone wants to institute this method, but they only have, say, 4 hours to generate it, what ratio, what amount of these enzymes would they need to add to produce the most amount of these rare sugars in that given period of time? And the other interesting component that we've begun to consider as we've been checking off these goals. So we have optimized the enzyme ratio of the condition. We have determined the retentate concentration. I'm going to begin working on quantifying the sweetness in that card after I get more data so we can move into the modeling phase. But we also found that we are producing these oligosaccharides, which would be a nice fiber source. So looking in more into what are they? Can we use them for something? Is this a nice byproduct from this reaction that would actually help industry and the sale of milk? So that's all I had for you. I wanted to keep the time low, but
Questions?
yeah. And what I do want to end with is thank you very much for your gracious support as well. I
So
appreciate it.
as you're going through this, and I think Julie's talked about this and we've asked about this, what about the labeling afterwards? Because it still isn't gonna say on the label that it's 2 carbs,
Mhm.
correct?
So the way that I understand it with the FDA saying that allulose can be categorized as a not, like it's not added sugars. So it doesn't contribute to net carbs.
Okay,
But I think that I would need to follow back up with you on that because I'm not as familiar with the labeling process.
because I think in the end, that's kind of the thing that we know it's a benefit and we know it's good for the industry, but how do we get it to the public,
Gotcha.
right? I mean,
So Julie is online and if you wanna, she has an answer for.
she has an answer.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Super. Hi, thank you. Yeah, I couldn't be there in person today because of a childcare thing. So thank you, Patrick, for braving the traffic, and thank all of you for your time and support. So the current answer is actually kind of funny. Since our last meeting, when I keep trying to make this like how a carb conscious person looks at a label math thing, which I think Patrick did better than any of the other times that I've tried. I've been collecting packages that have a specific call out on it about net carbs that specifically identify allulose and rare sugars as part of the subtraction. So as far as official labeling, this is just Julie's opinion, take it or leave it. I think we're kind of like where organic was 20 years ago, where it's like there's starting to be some kind of like an accepted what does this mean to most people, and people are putting it on labels, not in the kind of required elements parts of the principal display panel, but like and I don't have it with me right now, but I'll bring it in October. So it's becoming pretty commonplace for products that like Magic Spoon and companies like that are using a lot of the rare sugars, for products to advertise the net carbs not in a official FDA approved capacity, but in the way that they might do other kind of advertising in terms of promotion. So I would imagine regulation will follow that, but until then, right now I know that a lot of products that do use allulose are kind of doing that as a thing on the label.
I know there's a yogurt of it,
Thanks.
right?
Anybody else?
I just want to say this is awesome because it's where people are going. So who are, great.
Thank you very much. We'll keep it up.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Hey, can everybody hear me all right?
Yes. Yep.
Great. Good to see you all. Sorry I couldn't make it in person, but it's good to see the group. So we're going to be talking about the last kind of 3 remaining projects that are kind of hanging on from my tenure over at Cornell with the wonderful colleagues. And I've got to say that a lot of this work is progressing because of the support of colleagues that are still at the department. So Nicole has been, keeping an eye on some of the graduate students that are working on this project, and also Pat Gibney, who is also in the department. So this keeps moving. Students are still checking in with me, but the day in, day out is over there on campus. So the first project that I'm going to talk about, and I'll try to keep us moving along well, is around galactose. All right, we're always talking about sugars. Why are we interested in galactose? Just to remind everybody, we're interested in galactose because it's a natural sugar found in milk, right? It's half of lactose. It is a low glycemic sugar. All right, it is a sugar that is important for energy. It gets converted into glycogen by the liver, so it's kind of our energy source or storage. And then when you need that energy, that glucose, it gets converted to glucose and is very slowly released. So it's important for health. And then there's also opportunities for galactose because it's twice as sweet as lactose. So there might be some opportunities for formulation. The challenge with galactose, and you saw it in some of those slides before, is right, milk, there's all these different sugars in there. So how do you get it by yourself? And all my work has focused on how do we use microbes to get us there. And so if you hit the next slide, thanks. This project was really then looking at identifying the right yeast that could then ferment out the glucose, leave behind the galactose, and then also not create a lot of extra flavors, acids, or alcohol that would then complicate the drying process, the regulations of the product, or the flavor of it. And then once we got there, we would then use some pretty standard dairy technologies like membrane concentration and then drying to then create galactose powders that can be used and then in a variety of applications. And there isn't anything like that right now in the market. And so if we go to the next slide, there's been a lot of work right over the last year really identifying the microbes and then characterizing the fermentation. So what you see there on the right hand side of the slide is all the various trials with there's 3 different types of yeast that we were looking at, and then looking at different fermentation conditions from temperature, whether or not there was oxygen, the time, and then the concentration of the yeast, and how that impacted how much glucose was utilized, how much galactose was left behind, and how much ethanol was produced. And so what you'll see is the open circles mean that there's glucose remaining, which we don't want. We just want pure galactose. The dark circles show that there's only galactose present. You can see the different colors of the different types of yeast. And in this kind of top corner is where we have really low ethanol production, which is what you want. And what you'll see is that through all these trials, we've identified a couple of combinations where different versions of this yeast will consume all the glucose, make very minimal ethanol, almost zero here, and leave behind all the galactose. And so with all that data, we can build a model to then design the fermentation parameters. We're now doing the work to kind of prove that that model is correct so that then we can scale this up and then hit that desire of high galactose yield with low ethanol yield. But it's pretty much moving along. The abstract for all this work has been accepted for a conference that's coming up in the fall for the American Chemical Society. And then once this validation is done this summer, this fall, the student will then be working on the benchtop concentration using ultrafiltration and then doing the proof of principle drying work. So this project is going great. Also, the student that's working on this has gotten a 3-year USDA grant. I think it's around $300,000 to continue work on valorization of these dairy waste streams by yeast into value-added ingredients. So again, just kind of showing this multiplies on. So That's where we're on this project. Any questions? Then next slide. All right, in this project, what we were looking at is, right, traditionally in dairy processing, right, we heat treat the milk and then we package it. And there's the potential then for post-pasteurization contamination with things like Pseudomonas and other microorganisms like that that is common. Question was, well, what if we reverse it? We put the milk in the package, and then we use some pasteurization technologies that are used in other beverage industries to pasteurize the milk, and then maybe that would reduce post-pasteurization contamination. The question be, what was the impact on the flavor and the microbiology? So next slide. And that kind of hits that, right? So looking at different packaging, then actually testing it out at scale, and then eventually there'll be an economic analysis. So if we go on to the next slide, what we'll see here is looking at in-package pasteurization versus traditional pasteurization, HTSC, and then a lab setup. You can see that overall microbially, they all perform pretty similarly. Over the shelf life, you can see that the in-package pasteurization has a bit lower microbial outgrowth than the others, which is kind of what we were looking for, though whether or not that will be statistically significant, we have to complete all the trials, but directionally, it is looking that way. And then if we go to the next slide, hit it again. The next slide, when we look at taste, right? Because all right, we're now pasteurizing from the outside in rather than quickly pasteurizing the liquid. What is going to be the impact on flavor? And this has been going through Nicole's VSL program, where they do flavor assessment of milk from across the state. And what you can see here is that the in-package pasteurized product is of acceptable flavor threshold, right? So it's above that. And then it's a little lower when it's coming fresh off, but over the shelf life of the product, it's pretty comparable to what we see with HTSD. So that's a good sign, right? So we'll see some microbial improvement, right? So that's better stability with adequate flavor. And so this might then be a system that smaller producers might be able to then implement to kind of differentiate their products in the market. So this work has been done with skim milk. It's also been done with whole milk. They're finishing up the sensory work and collecting a little bit more of the microdata, but moving along well. No questions. The last one. Yep.
Yeah, wait a minute, Sam. Hang on, Sam.
Can you remind us what kind of packaging you used? Was it a paper
so,
packaging or?
So we looked at plastic, we looked at glass, and we did look a little bit at paper. What we found, at least with the systems that we're using, the current plastic and paper board that we're using in dairy is not as robust for that heat treatment. So you'd have to change the type of plastic that you use. But the glass is working quite well.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anybody else with Sam? Dean, you good?
I was just wondering about microplastics and plastics.
That's always a question that we are keeping an eye out for dairy overall, right? We have a lot of plastic containers in dairy. I think there's still though a lot to be understood around what is the right methodology to quantify microplastics so that we can even begin to decide if that's a problem. So there's a lot of debate on that right now. All right, then I'll jump into. Oh,
No, go ahead, Sam. Good.
Jump into the last project, which was a small project building off. So a couple years ago, we had developed some cheeses that were uniquely fermented with a yeast that also produced lactic acid. And so instead of using bacteria, which is what we normally use in our dairy fermentations, we use these yeast to make a Gouda style cheese that was unique, different, very tasty. It had some cool attributes, but the students were interested in like, could we kind of add a little bit more flavor, more dairy notes to it, maybe some more fruity notes. So if we go to the next slide, this project then really looked at adding a couple different yeasts that were known to produce different flavors. So things like diacetyl, which is that buttery note that we get in dairy. There's some yeast that produce that. There are also some yeasts that are designed to produce fruity aromas, and seeing could we get those aromas to a level where you would notice it in the product. So the students have done that work on the benchtop and have been able to hit the noticeable flavors that they want. What they need to do now is scale it up. The student who's kind of spearheading this project had to go home for a visa renewal. So it's kind of taken a little break at the end of this spring, but she's coming back at the end of July. And then we'll be picking up this project to run it in the pilot plant to make large scale wheels like you see there, so that we can then start to do consumer testing and then do a little bit more work around the functional characteristics of the Gouda, and then try to apply that to a mozzarella. But hopefully then when you come in the fall, there might be something to taste.
Cool.
And
Any
remember that
questions?
this project had a little extra funding initially. We had a USDA hatch project that also kind of helped set this up. So, yeah.
All good? Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Dr.
Yes.
Barbano. How are you?
Okay, I've been in the pilot plant all day. We're producing calibration samples. We do once every 4 weeks, and it happened to fall on this day. So thank you for your support, and I'll try to be on time here and get through this. So I'm going to be reporting, if we go to the next slide, on 3 projects. The first one is on dairy processing and chemical analysis technology transfer. This is an ongoing project, and I'll talk about the things that we're doing in this. The second project, if we move on, ultra pasteurized, shelf stable skim and 1% milk, both white and chocolate, with improved sensory liking for children. And I'll be updating you on where we're at on that. We're in the second year of a 2-year project. And the third project is the one working with Joe McFadden on feeding technologies to reduce methane production from dairy cows. And we're in the second year of that. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of the first part of what we're doing in the technology transfer, our objective focuses on issues with light and heavy cream, which seem to be a perennial problem in products here in New York. It's seasonal. There's more problems in the summer. And one of the things we were working mostly with particle size analysis in terms of physical damage to the milk fat. But in another project that you folks actually funded, we developed a rapid method for measuring free fatty acids, which is correlated with this damage. Next slide. We're using this new rapid method, and we're helping processors troubleshoot problems of this damage to the milk fat globules, both all the way back to the farm and in the manufacturing plant too. And we'll talk about this as I go through in the next slides. Next slide. We've collaborated with back one. We've collaborated with 2 large dairy processing plants, one new large New York State dairy plant to screen free fatty acids and the related off flavors, both hydrolytic rancidity and oxidized off flavor. This has been working very well. They've been amazed at how good it's been. If we go to the next slide, this new method, if we click again, a high free fatty acid content. So this is damage to the fat, reduces foaming and whipping, which is one of the perennial problems we have with commercial products, and it causes off flavors in the milk and cream. Next click. So we can test the raw milk, the pasteurized milk, and actually that method we made for milk, if we dilute heavy cream with skim, which is low free fatty acids, the method works correctly, and we can actually then use a multiplication factor to measure the free fatty acid in the cream. This method is running on a commercial infrared milk analyzer that the company is making this method available on their hardware for customers on the machines, and we're working with a second company to get it going on their instrumentation too. Next slide. So this is some data that I wanted to share with you. So in the units that this free fatty acid method measures, a number for total free fatty acids, which is over in the right, total FFA, a number greater than 20 is where you're going to start having some sensory issues, but you're also going to have functionality issues. What you're looking at is the first 10 rows are from a large farm, 10 tanker loads in the day coming to the plant. The next section below is another day, 10 tanker loads. We've done about 800 tanker loads of milk on this plant. And the yellow highlighted area, overall, this farm's been doing very well. But that yellow area, we had 3 trucks in a row that had a problem. But you see all the stuff in terms of results, the fat, the lactose, the protein. What I want to highlight is the tanker loads were high on free fatty acids, so that was indicating a problem. But now the rest of me looks at the rest of the milk composition. Look what happened to the MUN, dropped to half what it normally is on that farm. And then if I reveal when this was, it was Saturday night. Things happen on Saturday nights. On this farm, I'm sure that there was no feed push-up that night, and the MUNs dropped to about half of what they normally were. And free fatty acids are high. I think there were other problems going on at that same time when we probably had some different people there in pumping and loading trucks, and the free fatty acids were high. And this tends to be a mechanical issue in terms of damage to the milk. So this is an example of how we're using it and catching it very quickly in terms of changes in the milk. Next slide. Okay. This, in terms of the support for processors in the changing milk composition, the higher fat and protein, I was invited to speak at a symposium on this at the ADSA meeting this summer, and I also presented a few weeks ago at the Pro Dairy meeting. Next click. We've assisted dairy plant management in developing factory-specific standardization processes, particularly for aged cheddar cheese in the Northeast. And this is spread across the northern part of the U.S. in terms of helping cheesemakers deal with the fact that the fat has gone up way beyond what the amount of protein is there, and has created some composition problems on cheddar cheese. Next click. So recently it's become apparent that these changes in the ratio of fat and protein, that the animal science people are starting to work to increase the protein. Well, that may create some other issues for some other products, and we're trying to head that one off at the pass in terms of understanding what's going to happen and start preparing the processors to react to this. From my point of view, it's not that we don't want to go there in terms of milk production. This is really efficient, but we need to know how to deal with this milk coming into the plants. And there's going to be some issues both in manufacturing procedures, but also some hardware issues in terms of equipment. And we're trying to stay on top of that and work with the industry. Next slide. So we're continuing with the growth of the shelf-stable beverages and extended shelf life. We're doing a lot of research on that, funded by other projects, not by the New York State Milk Promotion Board. And if we click, we're trying to communicate that information. Next click. So the first step in this is we're working on this and getting people to understand what the heat stability is when we go particularly to the shelf-stable milk. We're working on this in terms of mixed beverages. And right now we've got 3 different coffee milk sort of mixture companies working with us because of instability. And they tend to blame it on the milk. And I'm learning a lot about coffee. And there's some things in coffee that are interacting with the milk that are the problem, not the milk itself. So stay tuned. We're trying to fix the problems and understand where they're coming from. Next slide. So the key messages on these high protein shelf-stable beverages. Next click. There's 2 key messages right now. Heat stability increases with lower lactose and soluble minerals, so ultrafiltered milk has better heat stability. Next click. But the heat stability increases also if we keep the peak temperature when we're blasting it with heat under control while achieving the same holding temperature. And this is where people have kind of got tricked. And we're really trying to make all these processors aware that they have to control this and not just go out of limits high in temperature. The milk can't take, really excessive heat. Next click. So we need all the processors are interested in a rapid method for measuring the amount of heat load in the milk. And that's one of the things that we're trying to move forward on in our next work. Next slide. Switching to the second project, this is the one on ultra pasteurized shelf-stable skim and 1% white milk. And you probably can hear the noise in my office because I collect antique clocks and it's 4 o'clock and it's ringing. What we're doing, what we know about this in terms of the fact that kids don't like the shelf-stable milk. Click. Next click. If we remove the 2 whey proteins, beta-lactoglobulin and alpha-lactalbumin, from the milk before the heat treatment, we don't get that sulfur eggy flavor. So this is a filtration trick that we know works. We've proven the concept. Next click. So partial removal of lactose and soluble mineral also increases heat stability, but you lose some of the characteristic milky flavor. So we're trying to maintain that milky flavor characteristic, but get rid of this sulfur eggy issue and have a shelf-stable milk that reduces the need for the cold chain in terms of distribution of milk, particularly to the schools. Next click. So we're combining microfiltration with ultrafiltration, which is being used to make fluid milk products right now, and running it coupled together to improve the sensory liking of aseptic milk. Next click. So in 2026, this year, we've coupled an MF and UF system in the pilot plant. We've done 1 successful full-day processing run and kept the system in balance, which is what processors said. How are you going to keep the 2 playing together and working together at the same rate? And that's been the challenge. So what we did, and if we go to the next slide, we've made 1 production run. And if we click again, this is the microfiltration unit. To the right side of that, there's 2 tanks in front. That vertical stainless steel pipe-like thing is the ceramic microfiltration membrane. To the left where that green mixer head is, there's a straight pipe headed to the left of the slide. That's connecting to the ultrafiltration unit. Next click. This is the ultrafiltration plate unit that's coming over to the feed tank. It's removing the serum proteins and then taking the lactose insoluble mineral where the flavor is in that fraction and bringing it back to the microfiltration system to wash out the two whey proteins that give us that sulfur eggy flavor. And we ran this for a full day in balance in terms of getting the two systems to run in harmony with each other, linked together. Next click. And this is where another shot of that same thing. Next click. So this year we've coupled the system. We've got it going. We're now on to making some production runs and starting the sensory work. If we click that, next click. Yep. So we're going to make HTST skim and 1% fat controls. We're going to have the skim and 1% both white and chocolate without actually with the serum protein removed. And then we're going to determine if we get better liking scores on that when we have the shelf stable milk. So that's where we're at in this next 6 months, the second half of the year. We hope to get that done and do the sensory work on real product that we're going to make in the pilot plant. Next click. So that's the first two projects. Number 3, this is the one with the methane reduction. Next click. We did the first study. We found that the level, Joe did this, that of an additive is about 15 to 22 milligrams per kilogram. And that maintained milk yield and energy corrected milk. Next click. We took the supplements and used them at that level. Next click. For a longer term run, the bromoform concentrations were low and did not differ among the different supplements, indicating that there's limited transfer to the milk, and there were no systematic differences in sensory aroma. At this point, we're not doing tasting because they've not allowed, this milk is being dumped at the farm, so we can't get approval to do tasting, but we can smell it. Next click. So this year in 2026, next click, we've got a big study going. Whoops. One more. Yep. So there's two. We've selected one of the bromoform treatments, the additive, and looking at the interaction with whether the diet is supplemented with saturated or unsaturated fat. We're in the process of that now. The next sampling week, week 3, is coming up. And what we're doing is using a headspace analysis to detect differences in volatile aromas off these milks to relate to what the sensory would be on this in terms of the milks. And next click. We thank you very much for your support. We're keeping very busy, and we go from there. Questions? If there's
Questions
time.
for Dr. Barbano?
On your sensory research that you did, the tasting on the children on that 1% in the skim, what temperature do you have that milk at when you do the tasting? Do you have it really cold like we would like it, or do you have it school temperature?
Well, you start out cold, but usually it's a little warmer than that, but probably not real warm school temperature. That's a good point, and I guess we'll try to pay particular attention to that. We're going to do the first work with adults because generally, if they pick it up, children are going to pick it up too. Before we go to the real hard work when you try to get approval to work with children.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Dr. Barbano, on the last one there with the methane reduction,
Yes.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, and I guess, simplify what the best outcome could be, and do you expect it?
Okay. The best outcome will be that you get a 30 to 40% methane reduction with the level that he's selected. You don't get a reduction in productivity of the cows, and we have milk that doesn't have any strange off flavors. That would be the best outcome.
Okay, so where are you in your confidence level of achieving that? Just asking.
Yeah, at this point, I think our confidence level is that we think we can do that, but the approval process is kind of dragged down. Because we thought at this point, Joe thought that things would be such that they didn't have to dump the milk at the farm, and they haven't got approval for that, so they had to go ahead and get this stuff done. I think that's the biggest uncertainty right at the moment, but otherwise, I think he's got a good level. He's maintaining productivity, and right now we haven't seen any red flags in terms of the sensory, and we're using a GC method where we absorb the volatile flavor or aroma components out of the headspace of the milk and then identify them, and we know which ones cause problems, and that's the way we're going at it right now.
So long-term next steps, if you don't get approval of this, are there other avenues to take to achieve this?
So to achieve the methane reduction, I've always been a big proponent of the fact that if we get that same cow to produce 10 or 15% more milk, the amount of methane per unit of milk goes down. Productivity gain is really important for everybody in the industry. Everybody wants a magic solution where you add something to feed and it makes it go away, and we're trying that, but we'll find out. And I think the main thing is we were concerned that some states or regulatory might say you have to feed this way. Well, if there's going to be any problems, we want to know about it in terms of flavor.
That's kind of where I was going, is I feel over time as you get more influx of people into the rural areas, that's going to be a larger challenge.
Yeah. Other people are going to tell you how to do stuff. We've been there.
Thank you, Dr. Barbano.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. I'll try to be there next time.
Yeah, bring the clock.
Yes.
21 minutes.
I thought it was just 7.
Telling you, there's 21 minutes left.
Well, I heard that too. I was telling Nicole that I plan to present freezing in Flash.
Oh.
I think we'll be right. You get 2 minutes?
Carmen, you might want to stand over here just because of the speaker.
Oh, got it. I didn't feel it. Yeah.
Okay.
So are we waiting for Casey or should I go?
No.
All right, we're not waiting for Casey. Aside from his regard, he had an eye procedure today. He's fine, but he wasn't able to do this for obvious reasons. Wanted to present the progress that they've made on developing this novel process of flesh freeze spray drying. It's a mouthful, I know, but it's really a very interesting process to process milk protein concentrate to actually get its better solubility. That's the cost of it. Starting with the fact that there is still high demand for NPC in the industry, and the poor solubility that it has, which is a problem for users. Looking at the way this is made, this powder is made typically by spray drying, which reduces the solubility, so it makes it difficult to incorporate that into products, which is why a lot of people prefer to use liquid when possible, but it's not always possible to use the liquid.
the golden standard for drying to maintain functionality of a powder is freeze drying, where you freeze the product and then you evaporate the water directly from frozen form. But that is very expensive and very time consuming and it's done in batch. So Sai is proposing to use the process, a process similar to the one that you've seen from him, where he's making instant ice cream. So basically, the principle is that you have, if you have compressed CO2 in a bottle, and that is in liquid form, when you release that to atmospheric pressure, that converts into gas, and that process of evaporation will take a lot of energy, and that lowers the temperature significantly, and that will freeze your product. And he's using a fluid nozzle system for that. So basically, you have your CO2 system that is system that will control the temperature and pressure to create the visual carbon dioxide, and then you spray it in this chamber using a nozzle system, and then you get a frozen product. So that is the flash freezing part, which is saving a lot of time, as you will see. And the question is, how do you convert that into powder? And he's proposing two different strategies here, either using freeze drying, so the product remains frozen, and then under some vacuum, limited vacuum, the water is removed, but that also takes some time. Or vacuum drying, you simply apply vacuum, and that will end up also with a powder. And he's tested both versions of it. Here you can see how the powders look. You can't distinguish between them, but we'll see some data showing differences. But what I want you to look at is the duration of freezing. For freeze drying, it takes a long time, hours, many hours. And then in flash freezing, 3 seconds. That is the big saving here. In this case, this continues with the drying. Here, the drying is a separate stage. That takes also a little bit longer, but by comparison, a lot shorter. The last one is the commercial spray dried product. Spray drying is fast, can work at high speeds and high capacity, but solubility is the issue. So when looking at this, looks all right, my computer, but that's okay. When looking at different properties, I will just bring to your attention the solubility, because that is what he is trying to resolve with. If you look at the spray dried, you see the 75%. The higher the number, the closer to 100 is, the better it is. And then you can see all the other versions of the drying process will end up with a higher solubility powder. In particular, the one in red here, which is flash frozen and vacuum dried at the end. You apply vacuum to suck the water out. And his group looked at other properties as well. Overall, good quality of the powder. What is interesting for this powder that has the highest solubility is that it also has some other interesting functional properties, including better oil binding, so you can use it on emulsion. So that is useful for formulating this product, for example. Now, another property that they looked at was the flowability, and that relates to how well this powder will be handled when it's poured and handled during processing. So that has to do with the particle size and particle size distribution, and that is also at a higher level. He can tell you more about that if you want. Now, the one thing that I understand is in progress at the moment is the design of this chamber for the final drying. And this is where they're making some progress now, because they're designing this chamber where you can actually do the drying in the end, but the powder requires extended drying because it is a little bit wet at the end. So they're working on improvements of the design, some modifications of the design to use higher level of vacuum, to my understanding, to speed up that drying process at the end, so that you can get
something that's economical and, that will allow them to also control the temperature of the process. And then, the intention is to evaluate the performance and product properties, which it is going to report on next time once it sees you. And with that, many thanks for your support. And this actually goes for all the projects. And your support is tremendous to us, but also to the dairy industry in the end, because a lot of this work ends up in commercial applications, you know it or not. And sometimes we need people in industry and say, oh, use your technology. And Ty just told me a story about that yesterday, but I'll let him tell his story to you. Thank you very much. And if there are any questions that I can answer, I'm happy to. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Do you want me to
The
talk for a
agenda
minute?
suddenly came back.
I know. Looking at this, I'm like, holy cow, here it is.
It's almost like that was planned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was out helping Eileen. I apologize that we were so far behind, but now she's got all the time in the world.
All right. Well, thank you all for having us. I want to first introduce Riley. Riley joined our team in early May, and she's going to talk a lot about the mobile dairy experience, and that's really where her forte is. So I'm going to kick things off with our kickoff event. So we're going to talk about mobile dairy experience first. It is up and running. The move crew is on the road. They're in Saratoga this week at Saratoga County Fair. But we kicked things off back on March 18th in Albany. It was a great event. We were able to park right at the department and had staff, some local schools come out. Really great to kind of showcase this to the folks that work for the department. We invited the Cambridge FFA chapter to come out. They were top 10, I think, at National FFA Convention in dairy judging. So we were able to also have a cast there right inside because it was freezing cold. Had the commissioner there and worked on some media as well, and really kicked things off with a tour.
Thank you very much. So this is our move crew, Ryan and Brian. They're the same guys that we had last year. They are back again this year. So we have Brian, who is from Clear County on Eastern New York. And then we have Brian, who is from Knoxville, Tennessee, but now lives in Arizona. And they are the two guys who go through the mobile dairy experience and do our tour for us. So a little bit about where we've been. As of July 13th, we've been to 27 events so far in our 2026 tour season, a total of 24 counties all throughout the state. We've been everywhere from school districts to food festivals, even down to the 4th of July Jones Beach Air Show in Los Angeles. Yeah.
There's some really great photos of the Blue Angels flying over.
Where we're headed tonight after our presentation, I'm headed out to Saratoga to meet the guys for our first county fair of the year. We are also headed to PMI next week. That'll be a super fun event. And we're also really excited to go back down to the Queens County Farm Museum down in Queens County, New York City. We also have the Onondaga County Ag on Farm Fest coming up. That's one that Eileen has talked very highly about, so I'm excited for that one as well.
So I'll start with the top one here, Royalton Heartland. So National Ag Day, during our inaugural tour a year ago, we partnered with Ag in the Classroom and went to the school where the Ag in the Classroom Teacher of the Year was located. They do a big presentation, and so we partnered with them again this year. 2 teachers were selected, one middle school and elementary school from Royalton Heartland. We spent a couple of days there. Really great event. Very, very active, as you've heard Katie talk about in that region. Niagara County is really active in that Ag in the Classroom aspect. So we spent 2 days there. We worked with Jeremy Verratti from the Milk for Health Board, brought a calf out, and spent a couple of days with us at the school. So it was a great way to kick off the school season for us.
My personal favorite event from our tour so far was the Union Trans Ag Day that we did. It was a combined school tour day with a community event in the evening. We worked really closely with the Union Trans FFA chapter as they brought a bunch of animals in. We had a cat there as well. We got a really great testimonial from the vocational, let's see, he was the director of vocational education at Union Springs, and he gave a really great testimonial. We have a link there. For the sake of time, I'm gonna not do it, but we would recommend that you go through and watch that. It was a really great testimonial that he did. Overall, I think we saw about 700 kids that day. It was a really, really successful event. It was just one that stood out compared to
So one of the things that we've realized what makes a school day successful is that we are not standalone. That they have cabs there, tractors there, other stuff. It's an ag day and it's not just a standalone event. We find that also with festivals. So another really great event came together very last minute. We had an open weekend. We went to Stony Ridge Farms Maple Fest. Nearly 1,000 people came through there, but they had other stuff going on. It was an established festival. They are dairy farmers as well. And so that was a really great kind of spring event that came together to showcase other agriculture as well.
About a week and a half ago, we also attended the Taste of Buffalo Food Festival. It's a very large festival out in downtown Buffalo. We saw thousands of people at that event. We haven't seen the final numbers yet, but we saw quite a few people. We had a lot of great testimonials from children, adults at that event as well. That's just one that we did that last year, I believe, and so that was one we returned to because it was a great event. We reached so many people while we were there. All right, a little bit about our successes. So compared to last year, we're at about 3 times more engagement on our social media platforms all around. We have consistent event coverage, which goes along with increased social media content. I'm on the road just as much as the guys are. I'm going to as many events as possible to make sure that I'm really capturing the outreach of the mobile dairy experience. Why the MDE matters and kind of capturing the impact of that.
And then I'll talk about Riley for a second. The addition of Riley as our marketing communications manager on our staff has resulted in all of this. The increased engagement, she is solely focused on, increasing the engagement and the event coverage and being there, boots on the ground, able to capture this content. Some of the highlights is as simple as Katie Becker is in the background here, her daughter. We were at an event and just a simple 10-second video absolutely skyrocketed overnight. So it's just the little pieces, it's the testimonials, it's the things that we were lacking last year that we knew we had to improve on have really shown in our results this year.
Some more successes, the number of events were above where we were last year as well. We have more events on the schedule. We are bringing in a lot more dairy products. So we have yogurt, string cheese. We even got some milk from Cornell Dairy to hand out to visitors while they have attended some of our events. We've extended farm partnerships with farmers bringing in calves and coming and staying for the day with us, just so kids can get a little bit more hands-on experience with a live animal. We've also expanded the statewide event schedule. So back on the map that we've had, you can see we've kind of brought in where we're going all throughout the state, all the way from west to east and north to, all throughout the state. And then I would say
are we able to click on that?
Our biggest success is that we were able to get the Moo Crew back for year 2. We love Ryan and Brian, and so it's not often that you get the same crew back for another tour season, and we want them to kind of explain why.
Great. We'll fix that link. So it'll also be posted on our social media channels. It's basically a summary of Ryan and Brian. Why they love this tour is a sense of family. They have worked in mobile marketing for 20 years each, and they're working for big, huge brands. And so they said when they come here, they're like, we're a phone call away from getting something we need. We just have to call a farmer and we'll have an answer. We have to call somebody on our team and we'll have an answer. And everywhere they go, they're meeting somebody that knows somebody, and they're realizing just how small the industry is, but also how helpful and unified it is. So we'll share that video shortly on our social media.
So outreach. This is with earned media. So we have reached 625, just over 625,000 people just through earned media. That's not social media or anything like that. That is just stuff that is earned media. So we have 61 online news features, 5 TV mentions, 2 radio mentions, some social media features. Up here, Eileen and I went out to Buffalo to do an interview with Channel 4 right before the Taste of Buffalo. That was really fun that we got to be in the studio. It was really nice. We also had some examples of some online articles that ran. One that we did for an event that was out in Eastern New York. Yeah. Anything you want to add to that one? Oh, it's out there.
So collaborations, this is our forte. I feel like we are a mighty team of two, but we really strive on utilizing other people's content as well that they've worked hard to do. So the dairy ambassadors have been all invited all across the state, every county to wherever we're at. We've got the state ambassadors join us. We've had the local county ambassadors join us. FFA chapter this week, the Galway FFA chapter is going to help out Saratoga. So just depending on where we're at, we make those invitations. Milk for Health, you heard as that team talked about partnering with them with some of the events in Western New York. Corning Place Communications worked really hard with us with our earned media and helping us get some media placements there. Burt Media does some social media promotion for our public facing events. Katie Becker, I don't know if you guys ever saw this video when we were in Casanova. Phenomenal. It was 6 months till Christmas. So it's like Santa Claus is coming to town. And it was a really great interview and video work that Katie did during our time in Casanova. And then, as I mentioned, Ag in the Classroom. So we're also showing in the trailer new videos, the Dairy for Good videos, the I Am New York Dairy videos. Those are all featured throughout on all of the televisions inside. So some of the challenges, there's our Blue Angels over the mobile dairy down in Jones Beach. School scheduling coordination. This is one of the things that we knew we had to get better on, and we're going to continue to get better on. Hence Riley, enter. We want to bring a lot more of that coordination and scheduling in-house, and that's our goal as we continue to move forward. We are booked until the end of our tour season, which is October, Columbus Day weekend. So we're already looking at where do we go next year. We want to bring a lot more of that coordination in-house. There's a lot of back and forth, lack of efficiencies. We want to do better there. Evaluating new event sites. So quite often during the summer, we don't want to do repeat events. We want to expand this to new locations and new event sites. So finding that time and ability to how do we go evaluate that new event site to make sure that we're parked in the right spot. They're not parking us in the back 40 behind security fences. Just some challenges that we've had with some new events this year. Ongoing maintenance is something that we always knew we were going to have. Not terrible this year. Knock on wood, we had one blown tire the other night. First one of the year last year was a lot hotter, a lot more challenges. But this year, so far, so good. And then one challenge we kind of want to continue to work on is getting some of those partnerships at the colleges and university level. We really tried this year, and we don't have those right contacts yet. We want to work on doing more of that as we move forward for that one.
For what reason?
For what reason do we want to, or what reason do we? So I think that's an untapped audience is on college campuses, not just the campuses like a SUNY Cobblestone where there's the dairy program, but how do we get to the ESF? How do we get to Syracuse? How do we get to SUNY Buffalo to make those connections with a culinary program or a business program? I think that it's an untapped resource for us. One thing I do want to say with the successes as well is we talked about at the end of last year redoing the grocery store section. So that whole section has been revamped to be more interactive and more impactful. So if you remember last year, you scan a product and it would just kind of show a video and people were just beep, 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 right? Like you would at the checkout. Now it is a lot more interactive. So there's 2 screens and you scan, it's a question and answer. So the kids work together, typically when it's a school program, and it comes up and it asks the question, and then you have to go over, and there's about 30 products in the refrigerator. You have to scan which product answers the question. 5 questions, and then there's a bank of about 100 questions that it's pulling from. So they'll go back and play again and see what questions they get and go back and play again. So it'll tell them if they're right or wrong, gives you a score at the end, so they can compete if they want to. 1 kid on this one and 1 kid on this one. How good can you get? Super interactive this year. Trackable as well. How many questions, did everyone get the cottage cheese question wrong? So there's a lot more data than just how many times was something scanned. There's a lot more impact with how are these products used?
So next to the mobile dairy experience, like Eileen just said, we are on the road all the way through October, completely booked up. So we're gonna continue our season. I'm excited to get back on the road with the guys. We're also going to continue to welcome more farmers. We like to work with as many local farmers as we possibly can, whoever we can reach out to, depending on what crop we're going to. We want to continue to build those partnerships. And we're about to get to the time where we can start to build our 2027 schedule. So after some more things this summer, Eileen and I will sit down and we'll look at everybody who's applied and start to build out what our schedule for next year will look like and start to work through some of the challenges we've seen so far this year.
All right, so the Dairy Crop Birthing Center, hold on. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Back to that, so I know what we funded you did not cover all the costs. How are you covering the rest?
Yeah, so prime examples, we're asking for specific sponsorships for some of our events. Donations for purposes. So good example, Taste the Buffalo, Upstate Farm supplied some funding for us instead of us having to come up with the full event sponsorship. So we're kind of getting creative there. We're also getting creative in just where we're going and more efficient with how we're traveling across the state. Less full statewide travel, I guess, if that makes sense. You know, we're not going Buffalo to Albany, we're going Buffalo to Rochester to Syracuse to Albany, and just becoming a little bit more efficient with that, and just kind of keeping track of it that way. So efficiencies is where we're trying to do better at.
Good.
All right, so Dairy Crop Birthing Center, we're gonna start with where we are today, as we head into New York State Fair season next month. This statement here, if folks in the room or listening online haven't heard, the Birthing Center this year is on pause. This came as a result of a lot of collaboration, discussions, and meetings between New York State Fair, Department of Ag, and our board of directors and committee at NIAC. So this was our public statement of taking a pause and moving forward, and what are we going to do or what would we like to do at the New York State Fair. We want to share and how we got to that point, what that timeline looks like. The State Fair, as you guys know, the Birthing Center is a year-long process to plan. The cows that are calving at the State Fair are getting bred at Thanksgiving, and that's when we start our promotion 9 months ahead of time. And so it really is something that comes together months and months on end. This is our timeline of how we got to that public statement on July 6th. As I said, it was a collaboration between a lot of conversations with the commissioner, with Deputy Commissioner McGrattan, lots of meetings at the New York State Fair, along with Joel and Mark that are here today as well. We want to focus kind of what we're talking about in terms of our reallocation request, because the Birthing Center is on pause due to a lot of factors through the discussions. We want to focus on what do we want to do. Working with the State Fair as a result of the change, we're asking them for a 30 by 40 footprint and the mobile dairy experience. So the mobile dairy experience is still scheduled to be at the fairgrounds in that same footprint it was last year on the West End. We would like to develop more of a dairy discovery center, and our goal really is everything except the calving experience. Our goal is still to have some calves there, and we get an example is, and we get Joel Reelman March calf that's been trained already on a halter. Can we get that there? We're not feeding colostrum, we're not feeding bottles, but we've got an older calf that is a different experience than we typically have. And can we work with a couple of farms to make that possible? We've talked as a board, how do we still live stream from the farm to the fair? So instead of the fair out to the world, could we pick a farmer, give them access to our NIAC page, go live from the calving pen at their farm, and we broadcast that onto a TV screen? Different, but showing exactly what's happening back on the farm. We'd like to still have our wall of knowledge, our storefront with merchandise, dairy products, milk, cheese, yogurt, lots of opportunity there. Continue with the programs. We make ice cream, we've made butter. Want to continue doing that throughout the fair. And then farmer and student volunteers, still asking for those volunteers to come, because our main goal with this pivot this year is still the same. It's still to introduce fairgoers to the dairy industry, introduce fairgoers to dairy farmers, to those industry representatives and the dairy products and all of the steps that it takes to get to their table. We also think about post-fair. So we had 6 host farms ready to go, ready to bring their cows and calves. If you think back to 2020, when we had no state fair, but we had host farms ready to go, we pivoted. And this was a huge success of staff going to those 6 host farms and featuring them for a day in the live from the calving pen, on location. Maybe they're harvesting corn and we happen to tractor for the day. So it's showing actually more than what we show at the birthing center. And it's expanding that reach and that engagement more than the 13 days. So this is in addition to those 13 days at the state fair. So from there, you guys have this in front of you with the formal budget reallocation, taking that $100,000 that we received from you guys for the birthing center specifically and reallocating it to what we just talked about, the 2 pieces of New York State Fair and post fair, and then reallocating some of that to the mobile dairy experience. And with that, I will introduce Joel Reelmans and Mark Modulewski, who are our NIAC board members as well. We will welcome any questions for any of the 4 of us.
Questions?
I have one.
Sure.
On your AV equipment, if you're going to live stream, you're gonna have much bigger TVs, I would assume, and throughout the whole area.
Yep. Yeah, so our hope is to have 2 televisions if we're live streaming from the farm to the fair. That's just the potential at this point of, can we find a farm to do that? Do they have the cell service, the whatnot that we need back on the farm? But yeah, we're looking at different size TVs, but not, 72 inches, but what can we have on wheels that we can also wheel to a secure area overnight? Reason being is we don't have overnight security if we're not having calves born, so we need to be able to move that into our locked storage overnight. So there's still some logistics like that we're looking into. How do we keep our stuff inside the tent secure overnight?
So you're not gonna have like a photographer at the farm
Correct.
going onto your.
Correct. So our hope is, I'm going to use Nate Pittenden as an example. We talked about it at our board meeting, giving him access to our social media pages for NIAC. Hey Nate, when there's a Jersey calf being born, go to your calving pen on the NIAC page, and we bring that up onto our platform, onto the television on site. So people that are in our tent interacting with us see it live from the farm, but it's on the NIAC page. There's potential that we could have multiple farmers do that. But keeping it under the brand of NIAC versus where do you go each day, which farm. If they're always coming to the NIAC page, there's no question.
Could you explain, I'm looking through the timeline.
Sure.
The transportation plan that was rejected, what the differences were, and then also the time change requirement challenges, like what changed, what's different, just so we can understand better.
Yeah, so we were asked to submit with our contract on June 4th with our state fair contract. We were asked to submit what time that we change cattle. And so we submitted that schedule with our contract on the 4th. The next day on June 5th, that was what we were told is not going to work for the changes that the fair has made. That's what that means, is like our transportation schedule, our cattle on and off the fairgrounds, that schedule was not cohesive with the changes that they made.
So you have to go in between 12 midnight and 8 a.m. like all the other dairy exhibitors.
Correct.
How many times do you change through the whole fair?
5 nights, because the 6th farm comes in before the fair starts, comes in the night before, and then there's 5 other nights, 5 other changes.
What did your host farms think of that?
We called 4 out of the 6 of them, and all 4 of them said if we had to go to the new time changes, that they would not participate in the fair.
Was that gonna have some effect on the people that came to volunteer to help you folks?
Absolutely. So if we had to change during those times, it would be the 2 of us cleaning out pens. We'd have no volunteers. We have a handful of board members that show up because they love what we do. But the time frame really would become a 24-hour cycle for us and for our volunteers to be there.
So taking that a little further with the time change and then the new location option. If you changed to the new location, was the time change still in place, or could you go back to what you wanted to do?
We could go back to what we wanted to do. But when we went to that new location to look at the new location, to review all of the opportunities there, as a board, we also saw even more and new challenges that with the time frame we were given outweighed the pros.
So with that said, is that still a viable location if you had more time?
In the future, so what we have decided with this pause and these discussions is sitting down with Ag and Markets and the fair, post-fair, and figuring out, how can that work? How, can the old location work with more time? There's lots of opportunities, but with the time frame we were given, it was not viable this year.
What are the two biggest hurdles to get it going again next year?
The two biggest hurdles. Joel or Mark?
I would say the two biggest hurdles are access for cattle and people to come in and out, and location. One of the location that Steve had found for it was on the total opposite end of the fair, where there is no other animal agriculture. Behind the midway by the trailer where the permanent trailers are, behind the horticulture building. So in about a decade, there hasn't been an event there, and we were worried that we were gonna not get the traffic. The year that we moved across the street, we lost traffic. From Belle Isle, we moved across the street, people didn't know where to find it. And then the other part is our volunteers were limited to come in. We wouldn't be able to get volunteers in until the gates opened at 9. And then the volunteers would have to stay overnight, otherwise they couldn't get in at your time. So if we had, if we had to have people come in, if they came in at 9 or something like that, I think the biggest issue was access for volunteers. I think what we're really trying to partner with Ag and Markets on is, can we get this to work, right? Because in one sense, there was no exceptions, except they came with an exception. So there's obviously exceptions. So maybe if we had 12 months to work on it, we could find something that would work.
Common ground.
Yeah, and I think that's what we want to do. I think we're pretty confident that we'll be able to do it if we have 6 or 8 months to plan and market that change.
Not to add that, did we take the time for due diligence? Absolutely. Eileen and I spent 4.5 hours, going through every pro and con of this particular site. I will say that the department was very helpful in trying to put something together that would work for this year. It's a huge event with volunteers, and you got animals that are gonna ultimately give birth at the exhibit. So there are pros, but the cons right now for the time frame we had just outweigh the pros at this time. But I will say that both the department and NIAC spent many hours and did perform our due diligence just to, can this happen in the future? We think so. But can we fit it in the time frame that we need to for 2026? Little risky, and it's not the best use of all dairy farmers here of our money. So that was probably one of the top issues, are we gonna spend $100,000 of dairymen's dollars in something that potentially has a lot of risk associated to it? Let's take the time to figure this out and make something of real impact.
Go ahead, Dean.
So what was the real reason that was driving the whole thing as far as the change on the fares?
So that, I can't, for why the fair instituted the new security measures, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in on that one. So really, under the leadership of Julie and Lefebvre, and I do want to give her credit on this, We've really taken a very concentrated effort in making sure that our patrons, our volunteers, our vendors, and our animals are all safe at the fair. Part of that is looking at those access points to the fair, right? It is a very large event and we need to make sure everyone is safe. So that is why the determination has been made with regard to restricting movement of traffic in the fair during the fairground. So this is something that applies across the board to all animal movement. There were no exceptions made at this point for the fair for 2026.
When would they come in before? What time?
When the cows would come in, so we would have cows and calves leave at 7 p.m. and then new cows would come in at 8 p.m. So that everything, it gave us an hour in between that we were empty, we were cleaning out. That also provided an opportunity to talk to people about, like, I mean, the fair's still open, but what are you guys doing? What's the white powder stuff you're throwing down? Talk about lines, talk about biosecurity. And then new cows came in at 8, which provided a decent time frame before 9, 10 o'clock to get them vet checked in, to get both the cows distributed, do all the things that we needed to do before the evening ended. So it was 7 and 8 o'clock in there.
So where again is the location for the truck gonna be this year?
Same location as it was last year on the west
But,
end.
but you're having a different display elsewhere, or?
Nope, the different display is just going to be in the same footprint as the birthing center was, just smaller. So
Has that been approved?
I do not have a contract from the fair yet. But that is what they have verbally told me, and they are working on that, the changes to the contract. But they told us the west end on that gravel lot behind the expo center.
And you mentioned concerns with security, so you're gonna have calves there.
Correct.
Are we not concerned about security for those calves?
So that's why we want to work with farms that have halter broken calves and work with the beef, because the beef barn is right there. So when the fair closes at 9, we're going to lead that Jersey calf over to the beef barn, make some friends over there. We work with them too, and put the calves over there for night. So there are no calves, there's no electronics, there's no merchandise left out in our tent overnight.
At least if worst comes to worst, you know, there's volunteers that will stay there. We have herds people that we have had lined up,
I know with the dairy barns, we haven't shown there in years because of the midnight to 8 a.m.
Yep.
And safety issues for people as much as anything. But, people coming in from those concerts are drunk. They're probably high and everything else, and security in the barns was a nightmare. So that's why I asked.
No, actually, and that's why, like, our overnight shifts in the years past, we've always asked for more than 2 people. 2 people, you know, you're not sitting in here for overnight, not yourself. College students, Riley was one of them, but her introduction to the birthing center. So yeah, so we have thought about that with cats as well. Yep.
Other questions? So, a couple questions I have that come up and thoughts of other industry partners through the birthing center provide you with funds. Are they still going to provide you with funds?
So this year, we had not thought out any funds at that point in time. So we did not have any other additional funds in our bank account to support the birthing center at that time yet.
Reactions from the other vendors or other industry partners, I should call them, I'm sorry.
Very supportive in understanding that it was a true collaboration and discussions. It wasn't just a reactionary moment of not just doesn't want to do it, you know, and understanding that a lot of time and effort went into making this decision. Is it sad? Yeah, it is. But we're hopeful that sitting down and having a longer period of time to bring something positive in the future, but also focusing on what we can do this year, and not just not having a presence at all.
To be honest, I think it might be a good place to be, the new spot you're talking about. I took the kids back there last year. There's a cool butterfly exhibit back there, the horticulture barn, and it's a little bit quieter and maybe a little bit safer than over by the zoo animal. I don't know, just anecdotally thinking. I think it's closer to the dairy barns and closer to the food areas, closer to the where they do the milk bar right? Is that what we call it?
That east end, I mean, that's, you know, the east end is the major traffic flow of people. If you ever shown cows there, you know that that's what you get. But as we have found out with the MDE, you can be within 100 feet of traffic flow. And if you don't capture that attention and draw those people, you're gonna miss out on tens of hundreds of thousands of people potentially. Where the location is, so it does lend itself, it is paved. We've had issues with flooding in the past. We measured out, we took, had a 300-foot tape and measured everything out. It had to go in between the, where the water's collected now, for a storm runoff. It would fit without having water running into the tent to get to a storm runoff. Utilities are there. You know, just kind of working with the department and the fair, how to build that out to get people there. I think, Alicia, I think you're right. I think there's potential there. You just got to figure out the best way to get the people to the tent.
It'd be kind of tucked behind there, right?
I think, yeah, because it's just like an open area there.
Behind it, it's a parking lot by the infirmary.
Yeah.
It is next to the train. You have a lot of train traffic. That's one downfall for sure. You're behind all the buildings. And there's a large, cell phone tower that's like blocking the whole view of where it would be. So whether or not logistics changes opportunities to just open it up and get some other vendors in there to kind of draw people would be great in our conversations what the fair's done this year.
How is that proposed area gonna affect, I know you got some infrastructure, the brush and the fans that go in the ground, and you're talking a paved lot. How, I know it's another like short term, quick, how would you find an answer to something like that in the time that you had?
It depends on the state fair. I mean, Deputy Commissioner McGrattan had suggested, allowing a core, drill a core and put your pipe in there and then put a cap over it and just be done with it. Put your cap over it next year to cap off, boom, slide your pole in, you got fans, you got brush. Pretty simple. As long as the fair staff are, I think, Crosby is, he's kind of that, but if the deputy commissioner is, giving us some, but anybody on that?
I think that was part of the issue, right? The issue was there was a whole bunch of things we could get over. We just had like 5 weeks to do it. And that was the challenge. Well, it's a whole in theory, if you're a farmer, but it's a state thing, like, it's not good.
Take 10 weeks.
The other thing is that
All before you dig.
no shifting anything in the future years.
I know we're getting tight. Is it, a couple of years ago, we talked about a permanent structure for this?
Thank you.
It makes the work in this spot.
That's a great question. We asked that question of the state fairground and I think I quote, "You're still on the list." There's been other priorities at the fair, but we did talk about that. We talked about how a permanent structure with these new security changes, how those two would impact each other, right? If we were in a permanent structure, what do you have to adhere by? What are the requirements, regulations? So they do impact each other, but it's still, permanent structure is still on the table, still in discussion, hasn't fallen off there at the fairground.
Steve did say on the call though, that it's not close. That on our call that, I mean, to be fair, we've been talking about it for 15 years.
Right.
When we asked Steve, he was very open to say, probably not the next 3, 4, 5 years that's gonna happen. So I think our board is saying like pie in the sky, but let's not count.
Figured it's much, but yeah.
Yeah, it's always a question every once in a while we come up with that.
So have you asked some of your other industry partners for support for your new project?
We have not yet, 2 reasons. One, we wanted to present it to you guys first. We feel like it's farmer led, it's farmer dollars. The second is I'm also waiting to just make sure that we do have that contract from the fair. That's also why through all of this process, I'm always very cognizant that it's dairy farmer dollars. So I did not sign any contract for bleachers
for AV stuff, for tents, like none of that dollars was spent. We would have been out a lot of money. So we've kind of just waited, but I'm sure that there could possibly be some industry support because we've heard lots of supportive messages over the last month or so. We just haven't made that happen.
So I'm assuming you've shared with them the OSC information.
Well, we talked about it in the beginning of the meeting, but just again, to reiterate, at this point in time with our contract, while we are waiting for the assignment of the contract, we cannot push for any contract amendment. So once we get that assignment through the approval of OSC, that is when we'll be able to do the contract amendment, put it to OSC for their review and approval. Until such time, you would be working at risk.
How much does the mobile dairy experiment cost in a given year? We're giving roughly 600,000 towards that. How much does it cost to run that for the?
So our contract for this year, so we contract some of that work out to a company called Trigger House. They are the ones that do a lot of the management that we want to bring in house to become more efficient. They're the ones that hire the two guys on the road, the DOT stuff. It is beyond our expertise. So all said and done, that contract about $750,000. We want to become more efficient, bring some of that in house. So our goal is to bring that down in future years.
Okay.
I think
so-
what's your total budget is what you're asking.
So 80% of the mobile dairy experience covered by DCO.
Correct.
I have to confess, I haven't paid that close attention. I remember hearing that we were gonna have private support. It's kind of like a bugaboo for me because people always talk about we're gonna raise money. It's possible to raise money. I've done it for little projects. And I'm not your best person to do this anyway, because I come to the convention center once every 2 years because the scheduling sucks for us in New York because we have our own fair. It's fine. So I don't want to be critical because I'm not really part of it. It doesn't fit my schedule. And I'm 3 hours or 2.5 hours away. But anyway, so I mean, my concern is shifting the money this year, then you get used to that. And then next year when we do, if we can find the path to starting, then we need to find an additional chunk of money. So anyway.
But there is no time to talk, we have more time to talk about the.
We're gonna have, we've got board discussion today. We got about 13 more minutes before we have to exit.
Okay.
And we have time, and Eileen has agreed to be here tomorrow morning, so this is not a discussion. We've had several discussions, and Julie's been involved. We've had phone calls, and we have plenty of time to discuss this because this is a very important thing to do for dairy farmers and New York State. So, yes.
So we're looking, you're asking to move the 52,000 over to the mobile experience from this. So what exactly more we can gain this year's use of the trailer or that $52,000?
So that would cover costs that we would be coming up with. So it's some of those event sponsorships. I forget how I broke it out.
It's, you have travel,
Yeah, it's
right, it's on everybody's.
Yeah, it's on the other one.
Page there.
So it's on like the budget reality, but it's to cover, it's to cover some costs that we would find those dollars elsewhere. So because of that, our budget is, 750, we get 600, so it's to cover some overages that we would find elsewhere for.
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah, it doesn't get us another event, doesn't get us.
Correct. So we can't add more time on the calendar. We can't because, yep.
That's.
Yep, so it's to cover costs that are already in the budget. We just have to find a fund for it.
Okay.
Yep.
So a question that I have, it's been a little, and I've seen some of the social media events with the mobile dairy experience, things like that. One question I have, and I've seen some big thank yous, which is great.
Yeah.
Got other sponsors. I haven't seen much of thanking New York Dairy Farm.
So we talk about that in person to the people that we're talking with, and Riley and I sat down and talked about how do we get better at thanking our sponsors, not just on social media, but in our media interviews, in our website. How do we get better at that?
on the trailer in our loops, the videos, how do we say thank you? So it is an area that we need to do better. We've recognized that. We've talked about some plans on how do we share that thank you in a variety of ways. So we do recognize that.
I think the other thing, just to throw in for you on that, I think a lot of it, I just know what to go with, so the opportunity.
But it's not DPO.
So agreed. but
Dairy
I think
farmer.
it's the opportunity to educate how dairy farmers are supporting this. I think sometimes people will say dairy farmers are supported by.
Right.
So, Joel, anyway, this big process. There's an opportunity there for us to help with that. Like I go to folks who are not in dairy, like other folks that work with me, and they go there, and they're like, they just think Julie Patterson's farm gave money to support this trailer. So I think there's a good opportunity.
But there's an internal thing too, because our checkoffs are under attack. Okay, so our farmers need to know where that money's going to. So it's not selling it to Joe from Syracuse, selling it to Julie Patterson, who's putting 15 cents in. Because if we ever get to a point of a referendum, you never know. Because there's a lot from the left and the right in this country. There's a lot of pressure on checkoff. So it's not anything to do with Joe from Syracuse. It's to do with Julie from Penn Flat. Sorry, I know where you are. It doesn't matter.
Auburn.
Larry from Kingsbury. We need Larry from Kingsbury to have buy-in. That's who we need to have buy-in. And I'll remember your town in a minute, but you know what I mean? That's the messaging that I look at that we don't think about.
Right. And I guess that's where, I guess that's kind of where I was going is, I saw a post that is the Buffalo thing, which is great. And it's fantastic that you're reaching these people and you thanked Upstate and you thanked whoever. But there was no mention of thanking New York State dairy farmers.
I totally agree.
Sorry. It's just been a little,
Yep.
over the course of the last several years, the amount that they have given NIAC and the opportunity to make this thing happen. And I think that needs to become
noted
more upfront than what it is.
I want to talk about the budget reallocation post-state fair host farm visits.
Mhm.
Is that for the next year?
That's for the stop. So that's where we said, like, Riley and I will go, because these host farms had already committed back in February, March to be part of the birthing center. And so rather than leave them hanging, we want to still feature them. So that's Riley and I are going to go, we're going to go to Canton, New York, to L.C. Smith and Sons, to their Jersey farm. And we're going to spend a day or two and we're going to feature them all over social media. The other thing we're doing with our 6 host farms is we are working with.
So this is for media, like a
Social media, earned media, correct.
and you're gonna have filming and all that kind of stuff.
So the 6 host farms already have their host videos. Thank you to no expenses out of our budget. Corning Place Communications is using a couple of farms that we contracted as host farms as some of their farms. Katie Becker did one. Jez did a couple.
Is there a way to put some numbers to that? Because that's real,
Yeah.
real numbers. And it's really coordinating that multiplier effect between vendors.
For us, it was not in our budget to do videos. It was important to our board. We liked when we did videos, feature our host farms, and we said, how can we do that? We found partners that needed farms. We needed videographers to tell that story. So we can absolutely break that up.
I think that'd be helpful to just get that number.
So if I go back, this is their cat or what is it?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really good at this. I would rely on my partner here to the right.
Rely on my memory.
So the mobile dairy experience attendance at total events is 12,000. And I know the big thing is the fair.
The big ones in the summer.
I understand that. I guess my question is the 51,000 going to enhance what you already expected to have?
So the 51,000, I think.
Is it gonna increase the number of people that you had budgeted or experiences you had budgeted? Is that going to enhance or increase those numbers
So I hope it.
on an exponential basis,
Yeah,
I guess?
so for just the state fair or?
No,
I
in
guess I don't
general,
In general,
because you've had a.
because you're gonna use it.
You've had a
for the next-
budget for mobile dairy already,
Yep, yep,
and now you're adding this to it.
yep. So I don't think it's going to change our goal because if this number doesn't get reallocated to mobile dairy, NIAC still has to come up with that number because our budget for mobile dairy was not 100% funded by checkoff. So those dollars are gonna be spent whether NIAC goes to find it or it gets reallocated.
My stupid mind goes back to the social media things of cost per,
Yep.
cost per,
Interaction.
thank you. Yeah, I told you I got something.
What's our drop dead to be out of here?
Now.
In 3 minutes.
Better do it.
So they're gonna go that way, so they get out of here. Thank you. Good discussion.
Mhm.
Continue tomorrow. We have some other allocations we have to do. I believe that we're not doing any allocations until the end of the meeting,
Yeah, we can.
right?
Because we want to hear from Heard.
We gotta hear from everybody. Yes.
Yeah,
We got-
because that's
we
the
got
only
Tom and Nick, we got
reevaluation.
Heard. And the only other thing that I'm gonna say, because I'll forget it also between now and tomorrow, we have something, you got an email with, a Dane request?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
The butter sculpture, is that what we're
Yes.
talking about?
Yeah.
so Julie and John have been asked to join a Dane. Am I saying this right?
What?
Yeah, so,
Well, they didn't know.
Document, I didn't even know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's okay. So John Christopher
Spoiler alert.
reached out to the department about 2 weeks ago, asking if it would be acceptable for the Patterson family to join a Dane at the butter sculpture unveiling because they are local and a very prominent farming family.
Mm.
And their Tad is joining the
Dairy
family,
Woman of
so
the
there's
Year.
another generation. So we have, after that email, we cleared it with the department that it is okay if Julie would like the family to join. So it is just up to the board to accept, and Julie, obviously, if the family would like to go. So we'll have to discuss that tomorrow as well.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot going on. I'm not sure I can get people peeled away, but we'll
If
see.
they let you know.
Nothing like, there's being fun on it. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. No, not yet. Hang on.
I was told we were gonna talk about the question we had about insurance. When is that discussion going to happen?
Tomorrow.
We can talk about it now. Yeah, that's a pretty. I feel like
We
that's
get
a-
out of here.
We
It's
got
about-
We got it. I'm pushing things just because.
Unless you want to push it till tomorrow.
No, we got a little.
Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
Need the answer.
Okay,
Let's talk about it.
we'll talk about it now.
Yeah, go ahead, Katie.
Simple answer, no.
So we did run it by our fiscal and counsel's office. Unfortunately, interest, it cannot be paid through the DTO fund.
So I'm just gonna make a statement. I'm very grateful, so I'm gonna make a statement as a farmer, representing the farmer board. It is really unfortunate that we had no NODA, yet no income. You breached our contract. State breached their contract. Contract that we signed from Milk for Health said we would have monthly, like, that's what the contract said. So you breached your contract with us. We are making you the best we can. And now as a dairy farmer, I watch that check off out of my paycheck every month. And now you get interest on it, and I have to figure out how to pay the interest on my money. It's not gonna go over well with farmers. It's really not. It's really not fair.
I'm more than happy to take that back. Unfortunately, we are restricted in what we are able to use for those DPO funds. And we're also restricted by the state finance law. But I am happy to share those concerns back with counsel's office and fiscal. But when I did check to see, they very.
If you're not using federal dollars, you're not using state dollars. You're using dairy farmer dollars, exactly what Larry just said. Yep, so you're going to charge dairy farmers interest on their money to promote their product. that's a really unfortunate situation, and I'm just making a statement.
I understand and expect that.
The one, go ahead, Jason.
And I will say that any interest earned comes back to the farmers in the following budget.
So I can, when I apply for funds in the fall, I can add that interest to my application.
It'll be in the budget,
To offset that.
it'll be in the budget that'll be set
Right.
next August.
If it's interest in the budget, no. The interest that is generated from the dairy farmers' dollars in the account that is held by and administered by the department, interest gained from that account will go to the dairy farmer. New York State Ag Markets is not collecting the interest and putting it into state general funds for our purposes.
Yeah. But I asked you a question earlier too, and I wonder what's different, and so ESD would, they must, so they didn't always have the funds, because there was no, ESD would just allocate the funds like you were contracted, right? But now, we're not gonna, they can't do that anymore because it's the department can't do that, but, so ESD had more leeway to do that.
It would have been so much easier if we started this January 1st so that we could have all accounted for the change.
But the only thing I'd say, Tanya, is I believe that contractors were told that it was going to change.
We knew that the state financial system was going to change. How that was going to impact it all was contingent on the passage of the budget. Once the budget passed, that's when we knew that it was coming over to the department.
Right.
The communication that we had with the contractors was there could be a delay in July payments, which is totally understandable. Change curve takes time.
Well,
The fact that
most
we were-
contractors didn't get paid until May, so.
Right. So the fact that we were not told or given any heads up, and quite frankly, our sister organizations lobbied for this change, that this was going to happen was unknown to all of us. So it just hasn't gone unnoticed.
Yep, and we, as a department, and again, I certainly respect how you feel, and I'm not diminishing that at all. As a department, we tried to be as transparent as possible throughout the entirety of the process. There was a lot of unknowns, and again, it was all contingent upon the budget and what that looks like coming over to the department. So as when we learned, we shared what we learned through that process.
And we totally appreciate what you're trying to do with change and looking at everything. It's not a problem with the change. It's a problem with the timing, because we sign contracts. We sign contracts based on the contract we signed with you. So it just makes the next several months very challenging for us. And I'm just making that statement. We'll work through it. We've got here after what we were left with last fall, but we'll get there. But it is very challenging.
Thank you for sharing.
Now we're past third.
Now we're.
Oh, yeah, now we gotta like.
Your comments are not, your comments are taken, okay? I don't want you